Everyone, as ever, this is a little snapshot of what I get up to during the week, and it's not a scripted or planned stream, so bear with me if it comes across as rambling, incoherent nonsense. That's quite frankly how I roll around here. The goal for today is to continue to work on the code I developed with the rendering a lot of things recently, which you may or may not have seen. It was exceptionally good. I've gone as far as I could really go on that. It would be kind of cool to make a game using the previous tech I wrote. Unfortunately, it's not enough. There's no 3D, there's no rotation, there's no material property blocks. I don't need to do a lot of the things that I need to do in order to write a full game. So, as also mentioned previously, I can't just leap in and start jamming this stuff into FortressCraft. FortressCraft is too big and complex and mature a code base. Much as I would love to just do that, and for those of you who have followed me over the years will know that I tend to just what's the word? What's the phrase? Fools rush in where angels fear to tread. That's me. But FortressCraft is such a big and complex system. I simply can't do that. It's just not feasible. It's not possible. So that's not what we're doing. So I have a couple of major things I want to write and one much easier thing. So we're going to start with the easier thing while I warm my vocal cords up. So I've just realised I'm printing at the wrong temperature. Unrelated. Second, I just need to increase the temperature of my 3D printer. I was printing something cool, I was trying something. But 190 is a bit cold for PLA, and this particular PLA says print me at 230, which does seem obscene. So, what's the simple thing first? That's probably probably the easiest thing. So I have a fairly mature mappy integration, which you're going to be using in a second. And mappy lets me generate two-dimensional maps. That's the name. I've been using mappy for 15 years, maybe. So there may be other better tools on the market, but I don't know what they are. I'd certainly be interested to see them if they existed, but I genuinely don't know of them. Two-dimensional map editors are kind of a dead thing. Now, Unity now has a two-dimensional map system built in, and it's quite cool, but it does suffer. And it suffers in a number of ways, but the major way in which it suffers is it's in editor. So I have to create a scene, and I really don't want that. And you're always going to want a set of files that I copy. Now, the worst thing about doing this is not currently, not currently anyway, pegged to be a commercial game. So I don't have any art. I've got a couple of bits Todd's done, a couple of bits that Andy's done, and mostly I've just got stuff I've had laying around. As ever, and this is definitely how I work, if I'm messing around with this and I'm like, you know what, this would make a really good game, then it will become a game, but I don't think it's very likely. Much as I'd like to. Alright, let's just make sure I'm committed. I have a very awkward shaped pussycat sleeping on my lap. Why don't you go on the floor, Mr. CP? Not on the floor. Why don't you go on your own special big bag? I know what he wants. What he wants is to be fed again, but he's literally just been fed and taken one bite and gone, the other food, bring me the tuna. Okay, so the first step is I have to remember how to set up a new Mappy thing. Now, I've been using Mappy in Nomancer. Mappy is genuinely awesome. Actually, that's not the first thing. First thing is going to be editing this. Oh man, Todd, let's see, this Todd's lovely tiles. Won't be lovely for long. So I need to align those tiles to this enum here. So let's pop this enum over here. So what I've allocated myself is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. So those are all going to be splatted tiles. Now, I started on a splatted tile renderer for Subcity, those of you who follow that. If not, a lot of this stuff, it's all there on YouTube. Just feel free to go watch it. The splatted stuff was quite cool, but wasn't Atlas. Now, with my microphone, because it wasn't Atlas, it basically gave up the ghost for splat maps, which is just simply not enough. Let me just arrange this. Sorry if this sounds terrible, which probably it does. FortressCraft is going to be using a completely new method of generating its textures, which is a twofold advantage. One of which is I can actually have textures higher resolution than Unity supports, which is quite cool. And the other one is mod support. So it means it's trivial to replace one texture. One other slight advantage, I don't need to rely on Todd rebuilding Atlasing. I don't need to rely on Todd building guttering. But I have no support for that in FortressCraft yet, so I will need to write me a system that has support. So many things to write. Now, currently, right now, oh, do we have a blank row? We do. Let's grab a blank row. So as you can tell, this art was done professionally and properly. For those of you with a weak disposition, you probably just want to look away now because this will not be done properly and professionally. So I've got my list on the left there off the screen. So we've got a stump, and then we have a small tree, and a small tree, and then a big tree, and a big tree. I'll come back to the green. And then a dead tree, and then grass 1, and then track. So the order doesn't matter, so I'm not really worried too much about making the order. This is just a completely arbitrary order and could be rearranged if I want to. So we have an east-west track with a north-south track. Then we have top to right. Tracks have 2 lanes, so top to right, bottom to right. Top to left, bottom to left, bottom to left. Now we've got grass 2, 3, 4, and 5. So we've got 1. I've only got 2 set up, so that's fine. 2, 3, 4, and yes, my tree is green. Well, oh god, I've streamed to Facebook as well, aren't I? I forgot about that. So Restream just went, hey, why not stream to Facebook? And I went, yeah, right then. Where would you like to stream? I'd like to stream direct games. You have to pay money. Oh, don't worry about it then. Thankfully, these are not, what's the word? Customer-facing maps, so they can be as terrible as they are. Also, Chris, you keep promising to come up and visit the arcade, catch up. Lied to me. If these were customer facing, I get Todd to do them because then they look pretty. But hello to anybody from my Facebook, which was not really what I had in mind. Ironically, I did actually used to do professional art, but I try not to, because doing it properly takes too long. So I could do my own. I could do good art if I really wanted to, but it takes so much time. It's not worth my time and effort. That's not the right thing, but it means no code gets written while I'm messing around with things. Yeah, so I use a program called Restream. So I stream to YouTube, Mixer, Twitch. It's just a button not Facebook turned up. I am in most. I usually do the arcade on a Wednesday because it's not open. But if you let me know if you're coming, you know, because Rob's local to here, so you know, you and Rob just come along, and I will. I'm close to the arcade, so it's quite easy to pop in. But yeah, Dave, I've been streaming for, God, I don't even know how long. 10 years or something. Right. So we want a. Ooh, how big is the map? How big are the textures? 32. I want my tab 60 by 64. And here are my tiles. There's a nice forest, and so on and so on. But we won't do that quite yet. And Dave, you and your better half also promised to come visit me. Never happens. That's what people are like. Okay, so this is the ground layer. And that's what we're not doing yet. So we're going to do with objects and then move to ground soon. Well, soon. Possibly not even today. And this is the object layer. You should do, Chris. I mean, without blowing my own trumpet too much, I would consider this to be one of the best arcades, if not the best in the world. Not just like genuinely. This is as a child, this is what you dreamed an arcade would be like. It's that good, genuinely. So highly recommended. Yes, I'm in Leeds, Dave. I came down to see you for some stupid anniversary or something. And I also need to switch the map. So we need to be in version 1.0 non-RLE. I'm in Croydon. It's not that far away. It's a terrible place, but it's not that far away. Well, if you need an excuse, I have got far too many Lego sets that need building. Oh, well, that's excuse enough as far as I can work out. Right, so let's actually draw the track. I can't actually tell what I've drawn. Hold on, let me fix this just a little bit because that's so poor. I can't actually tell what I'm doing. Yeah, I don't do streaming enough. People do pet me to do more. I also definitely don't make enough money off it to warrant streaming to Projector Games' paying money to stream to Projector Games' page. Oh. There we go. It's still not brilliant, but it will do. But this should give me all the data I need to load in, check everything is working. I do. Oh, I'm such an idiot. I do actually have this. I do actually have a nice tile set. I even know where it is. I sent it to Andy because the original. So I did this game Long time ago. Very long time ago. Oh, tell me those are the right size. That would just be brilliant. Oh, they're 20. Oh, they're some ridiculous size. That's a pity. I would have just popped those in. I'll try. See what happens. You live once. Does. Yeah. I do have a better art package, by the way. I just don't bother using it very often because I don't need to. I've chatted with this about Todd. I've never come across an art package that does what I need. And what I need is, I don't need motion blur and layer things. I need to deal with alpha as if it's not data and stuff like that. And I've never come across an art package that actually is designed for writing games. Rather weirdly. And I've thought about it, but we've come to the decision there isn't much of a market for it. I am currently printing a... It's... How can I describe this? At the arcade, I have a workshop. My workshop is not as tidy as I would like. I have a lot of stuff in my workshop. This is to help me tidy up my workshop. I will show you because I printed one earlier. So, this is to keep stuff in. So that's it when it's finished. And then, Pringles can goes in. So I'm going to be printing about 30 of these for my wall at the arcade, just for stuff. I have so much stuff there, and we are struggling to keep it as organised as we would like. And my favourite thing is I'm now, as I said, I used to be a professional artist, so this doesn't really scare me, but I'm now printing my own things. It's not stuff I found on a website somewhere. I had the idea. Now take it back. This idea was given to me yesterday, and I came home. This is my second iterations. No, it's not to keep the. I put things in the Pringle cans. Grab. Yeah. So this is what I have been 3D printing. This is the non-exciting stuff, but I printed out these. I've got a lot of cans. So this is about half of what I need. I have so many cans of paint and goo and WD-40 variants and so much. So yeah. But because I work from home, I have the advantage. I can just run the printer pretty much constantly. There we go. Look, that's actually almost usable. Pick that colour. Why? Oh, that's not pick. That's draw. But yeah, although I could 3D print something specific to hold stuff, we have dozens and dozens and dozens of cans of eaten Pringles at the arcade. So it crossed my mind, it's better to reuse, to upcycle. That's it, from upcycling it. Plus I'm just pleased that it's my design. I came up with it, and I might stick it on Thingiverse when I'm done. There we go. So now the next step is to load this map, parse this map, draw the objects. I have some of this capability already, but not all. The main thing is, at this point, I can't remember how to tell Mappy to load stuff. Let's close that. Let's close that. Oh, good. And let me grab a project that does use Mappy. I can't remember things. I don't really care. It slightly confuses me that he's trying to get me to buy followers and things. Fine. Okay. Cool. You'd think you'd create an account to do this. You wouldn't do it on an account called Undying Legend Wolf. Like, if it was called follow bots. Wow, seriously? So I can get, for $20, I can get 5,000 followers. Oh, right, it's to get you affiliated status quickly. Or I can get 1 hour's worth of 150 viewers. Or I can get people with Prime. I'm good though. I'm only here. Mostly, I stream to give a record of what I've been doing, so I can just go back and show people, hey, here's what's going on. Come on, Unity. This is not the time to be doing anything. I think it's just map generator. No, hold on. I can't remember what kicks off the map. Like, I need the root of my mapping, but I can't remember what it is or where it is. I've asked Unity to open up a script, and it's like, nah. Of course, I get to toss. That's not why I don't care. Just if you're going to do it properly. Oh, where is it stored? I think it's map content. Oh, mmappy map generator. All right, so I just need to own a one of those, and that has way too much content in it, so not that. It's sad because I had to use an enumerator. It's the first time I've had to use an enumerator, and I can't stand enumerators so much. That's the one. Pretty much that. Let's get that across into. We have trains. We have track. Well, the best thing about if not watching me live, you can watch it back. It's all on YouTube, but you can just skim through and watch the 3D printer do its stuff really quickly. Because 3D printers are fascinating and mind-bogglingly interesting for about 30 seconds. You'll just stare at them going, whoa, that's so hard. And then quite quickly you go, nothing's checked out. I'm just going to have to stand here and watch it for the next 2 hours. So we'll also need, I don't actually have a game manager yet. No, we're also going to need a game manager. Because right now, everything starts up and just starts doing stuff. In it. Okay, what have we got? We've got prepping managers, Loading map. Playing. Okay. State. I need to get it. This one. Static game manager. Instance. I'm not that excited about Half-Life because, like, I've played Half-Life 2 more recently than most people. Okay, it's aged. It's really aged. The combat is crap. Half-Life 2, in retrospect, and the physics puzzles are crap too. Half-Life 2, excuse me, in retrospect, it's a series of amazing world building set pieces strung together by fairly half-assed combat. I played it in VR and I was surprised how poor a lot of it was. Portal 1, amazing, not done by Valve. Portal 2, done by Valve. A huge number of set pieces kind of slapped together with puzzles, very half-assed puzzles. And it's more like an interactive movie. So, yeah, maybe. I will see. I mean, everyone's excited about it, but like, let's wait and see. The problem is, I think, unfortunately, assuming it's pretty good, everyone's just going to be sucking Valve's dick, just going, "Oh, it's the best thing. Oh, I love this. Do that." Blah 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 blah. So, yeah. I also don't know who Father Green Ollie is. Should I have? Why? The thing is, was it? Let's think. The problem with Half-Life 2 is it was so good at world building, you kind of ignored the fact the combat was a bit rubbish. It was the first game to have amazing physics like that, but in retrospect, kind of rubbish. So yeah, it's a slightly odd one because it's not held up well. Half-Life 1, on the other hand, is actually held up better because it was fundamentally a better run and gun experience. So, I'm not excited. That's not the right term. I can't think of any game, sadly, that I'm coming out that I'm like, I can't wait for that to come out. Mostly, I mean, I get annoyed about a lot of websites where they're going about this game's coming out, this game's coming out. On the Xbox Live Store, if you're in the wrong section, you have to skip 3 pages before you can actually get to games that exist. People are obsessed with games that don't exist yet. They're obsessed with this game that's coming out that's going to be brilliant. I forget that last game. Yeah, that was shit, but this one's going to be brilliant. That one's going to be brilliant. And we've got the continual cycle of, Cyberpunk 2077. It's going to be brilliant. Okay. Aliens Colonial Marines. It's going to be brilliant. So I've given up being excited about games that aren't out. I stick with being interested in playing games that are out. I wish that more of the games industry was keen to talk about what is here. Eurogamer, it's ridiculous. 3/4 of it is about stuff I can't buy, and yet they entirely fail to touch on even 1% of the games released. I'm not that old. Okay, so what this system will do is the other systems will wait till this one's loaded. Right now, everything just kind of, I just kind of juggle it. See, this load map should probably be have fun at work. Yeah, we don't really need to do any of these. Okay, so spawn map will just become world renderer dot instance dot instance. Didn't instance it yet. I'm happy to answer stupid questions, by the way. That is the primary reason why I stream. I also try to like show people what I do, because a lot of people just seem to think I just sort of clickety clickety, hey, I've created a new blah blah blah. And sometimes there's just days and days or weeks or months of just crap like this. I mean, I'm just going to have to write a lot of code. And I like to sort of educate people that it's not all, hey, cool, I downloaded an asset pack, click, hey, it's in. It's lots and lots and lots of work. Okay, so the game man, okay, progress map load, yeah. Yeah, see, I've got a note for future stuff. How much this could have been done on a thread. It doesn't really matter unless I decide to have enormous maps. But if I have really, really big maps, it's quite likely what I would actually do is finish my sentence. I would use procedural generation, which is what I've got currently. I kind of think I might actually rename this to like map handler, or oh, this should really be map manager, shouldn't it? Oh well, never mind. I do have a lot of functions called load map though, which is not helping me. But every time I move my code base into a new program, I will end up. This all needs to go into here. This is totally the wrong place. So every time that I end up moving it into a new code base, it becomes a bit cleaner, becomes a bit better. So hopefully, Map Manager should be nearly entirely generic. All that happens is we'll kick off the map manager and it will kick off the sub managers. So it doesn't make sense to have the game manager to store how big the map is. I'm still not sure what this is. What does the load map do here? Load map just says, hey, we're loading the map. Right, okay, that's just... void set new state. That's not what I typed. What? Set new state. Don't then autocorrect. Oh, whoopsie. Sorry. Sorry, Andy. Sorry. It is. I just accidentally covered it up with a irrelevant thing. There we go. Now that is timing. Okay, give me a few seconds. I'm just going to swap the filament over. Because it's the arcade, our thing is yellow and black. So I've done the black. Now I need to do the yellow. Now, if anybody wants to donate me like £1,000, I will buy a Prusa Mark III with the no, 1,500 quid. I'll buy a Prusa Mark III with the material upgrade. Until then, though, I have to do it by hand. I consider me faffing around with the 3D printer one of the more interesting parts of these streams, to be honest. Wow, have I got through a lot of this yellow though. This stuff's great. And say for those of you who missed it earlier, this is printed at a slight angle, so it should go like that. And in that will go can Pringles. Ta-da! Instant thing holder. Now, I'd say I've got this down to a fine art, but we'll see. First try. Awesome. And I shall now click print and then ignore it for another hour and a half. That's quite a quick print, this, because I purposely designed it with as little surface area as I needed. So, Chris, that's a really interesting question. So 3D printing is very strong under compression and very weak under the other way. It depends what you want. If it is a compression and you are using bog standard 16 pounds per kilo PLA, the answer is about 12 tons. It's incredible what it will take. I think 3D Printing Nerd actually did a competition for like the best designed support, but it's, as long as you design it basically the right way around and with compression, it's really strong. I don't actually like that thing I've just printed. Hold on, let me show you. I'll try not to actually break it because I'll squeeze one of my prototypes that are less good. So this is that's 4mm thick. Okay, and there's no genuinely I cannot break that. I genuinely cannot squeeze that circle with my strength. If it was an issue, I would have printed it with more more reinforcement. It's surprisingly strong. The material I print in is called PLA, which is it's great because it's not from fossil fuels. It's a plastic that comes from corn sugar. So I like that. But if you were printing something that does require more strength, at the high end is carbon fiber reinforced nylon. And there's one guy and he printed a differential for a truck, which worked. Not for very long, but it did work. So yeah, 3D printing's really strong. The main advantage, more than anything else, is the fact you can print absolutely bespoke things. That's really where it scores. Is I need a specific thing. So one of the things I 3D printed for the arcade that I downloaded the design for was a safe for a Switch. And that was awesome because it's let me see if I quickly find it, rather than trying to describe it to you with my words. Because we wanted this for the arcade because we've got a whole bunch of Switches, and I'm not worried about people nicking them, but they could. But it's just like that. So you print it, you bolt it down, and then you pop. And then you pop. That's it. Now, don't get me wrong. If I were to grab that with my hands and pull as hard as possible, it would break. But it's to stop casual thieves. Now, the thing is, I looked for this. I spent ages trying to find something so we could strap down our switches. Now, I've already tweaked this because my printer's not really like printing just enormous solid amounts of base. This now has holes in it for the screws, which makes it better. But yeah, this sort of stuff's amazing because for reasons unknown, no one sells these, which is odd. So yeah, we've got one at the arcade printed in black. I don't actually have to do anything in there right now. Go at the door latch. Yeah, I mean that's the sort of thing. So, I don't think I've got a picture of it in a minute. I've been printing bezels for Super Sprint. Now we might be able to buy them still, but probably not. That's really cool that someone's done that though. Yeah. So I 3D printed these. So this is it. 3 different methods of printing. Ironed, adaptive, and 0.4, and I do have a picture of one in place. So I've been printing stuff you cannot get, you cannot buy. But yeah, that's amazing. I mean, that's sort of, this is where 3D printing is astoundingly brilliant. Is for very short run bespoke designs. It's just mind-boggling that that you can do that. Oh, don't tell me for some reason I did not get a photo of the new bezels. What a tit I am. I'm trying to take loads of photos to document all the stuff I do at the arcade. I'm at the arcade on Wednesday, so I will definitely make sure on Wednesday I get a photo of it. I've really not got any photos of it. That's very poor of me. But it's the centre of the there we go. So yeah, that's how it is when it comes out the printer. And then I've primed it. I've painted it in hammerite metal, so it genuinely looks like it's been cast out of metal. Silver paint the top, pop it on. That's my prototype bit. So hence the slightly icky paint. And then I've just resprayed that now, and that's all going to come off. And yeah, Andy, you're talking about Pringles cans. This is my workshop in the arcade. It's that sort of stuff that I'll be using it for. And what I'm printing, I'll just have rows of them on the back of the wall there. And again, I've looked for this sort. Oh yeah, that's what I did last week. So can holders for various chemicals. And again, I've done it in Arcade Club black and yellow. But yeah, we've been 3D printing bits for the arcade, like functional bits. I will be printing some joystick boots in flexible rubber. What's the other thing we're doing? Nylon printed cogs for steering wheel assemblies. Again, they won't last forever. They won't. The original cogs lasted 30 years. These might last, let's say, a year. But it doesn't matter because I can just print. Well, just hit print, and an hour later, I've just got another one. And that's the really amazing bit. Once you've come up with a solution, it's then just a question of time. I mean, I can print 1,000 of whatever you like, as long as you don't mind waiting for a bit. It's awesome. So now we need to call... Is this the top one? I think it is. Sort it out now, just have a one. Recover it from where for what? I mean, there are systems out there to take old filament and recycle it into new filament. But realistically, why? Now, as I said, it's biodegradable, sort of. It isn't from fossil fuels, but so it's already reasonably, and I will pick my words carefully, it is reasonably green, and it is possible to all right, but I see. Well, in that case, yeah, okay, so let me finish what I was saying and I'll come back to that one. So PLA is almost infinitely meltable, so you can melt the PLA down and then reuse it, but you're looking at about 800 quid's worth of machine to achieve this. And as I said earlier, this stuff is 16 quid a kilo. What you'll see printing over the next 90 minutes, okay, is probably, I can tell you exactly. So 90 minutes, I will print 3%. Oops. So this is going to cost me 48 pence. If I'm printing, actually, that's more expensive than I thought. So I'm printing, but I mean, I didn't pay for the yellow, so I don't care. Is that right? 28 grams. 1,000 divided by 28 is 35. About 2.8%. Yeah. It's not worth it, Schalke. Brand new, it's £16 a kilo. the biggest thing I've printed was probably 150 grams. So you're talking about £2 maybe, and that was for something that. So that was for the Switch safe. If I was to go out and buy that, I would expect to pay £40. It's incredibly cheap. It really is cheap. So it's just not worth worrying about that. Specifically with that though, what you're talking about is nylon. I don't know how reusable nylon is, but it wouldn't be clean. So what's the point? I mean, you're talking about something that's got grease and oil on it and has been ground into gears for 6 months. You're also talking again about 5 grams worth of 5 grams worth of plastic. You know, you're talking about not even 5 pence, 2.5 pence or something like that. Yeah, hot drop board. I'll show you. I printed those at the arcade, can holders. I printed. I closed the files. I literally had them open a second ago. That's the final print of what things. I 3D printed the centre of the steering wheel. There. I printed lots of stuff at the arcade actually, but most of it's been decorative. I have designed and printed a PCB holder. That's still a work in progress. And yeah, here's the Atari bezels as they are. I don't know how big your screen is, but I mean, those are about 8 times as big as reality. But when they're done, they're pretty good. Yeah, like, under the arcade lighting, you will never, ever notice, even if you tried, that these weren't real ones. In fact, you might go, how the hell are these guys sound perfect condition bezels for Super Sprint? If you zoom in this big, you can start to see some of the layer lines, but I've primed it, it's had 3 coats of paint, and it's had the decoration. So we've also got some of the buttons in the arcade are now 3D printed by me. Not like the regular buttons, but like the weird ones that we can't get hold of. And the collars for Ultimate Climax is 3D printed by us. So yeah, go us. Yeah, I mean, Shaka, you're talking about 5 grams worth of nylon that lasted 6 months. It's not. I forgot what I was going to try and do in prep map. Oh, get files, that was it. Oh, I only have. Oh, it's not public. Durr. I'm hoping they will last longer than 6 months. We should be able to do map size x equals map manager dot map x. Yay. I'm going to have to go grab a drink in a sec though. I'll tell you what I'll do. I will just get this working, and then I'll leave it with you running. Then I'll go get a drink. This feels our game data array. So okay, yeah. Again, and I don't feel the need at the minute, but if I was taking this very seriously, this would become entirely threaded. I probably don't need to, but there's a possibility on the Switch version of Nomancer, which is the same tech as this. It's possible I might need to. Why have I put that into this class? This is the wrong class. Comment game specific. But yeah, nylon, I don't think nylon's recyclable. No, okay, it can be recycled, but realistically, if I buy a kilo of nylon, that will last me. Well, I mean, as I said, let's assume a cog is what, 2 grams. That means I can print 500 cogs from a kilo of nylon. I have no plans to ever print 500 Outrun cogs. I mean, not unless I start taking it as a... I might not need that here. Only if I give up my day job and I just start making Outrun cogs for a living. Don't really think there's enough money in it, though. Actually, for those of you who are watching on Facebook, if there's anyone still there, what's it like? Is it alright? Is the quality alright? So conversely, Shao Kahn, I do take your point. Conversely, at the cost of five pence worth of nylon, I get to keep 800 kilos of Outrun working. So, I've got a button for this. That's the one. So I'm going to leave you there like that to watch that. So this is all randomly generated. The goal is to make it non-randomly generated, and the goal is to move to splat-based rendering and full GPU rendering. So no game objects at all, except where I need to, which is almost nowhere. That should be a lot of rendering power. So you get to watch that for a sec. I am going to get me a drink. So if you would like a drink, here's an excellent time for you to go get yourself a drink. As you can see, I have big plans. Right now, this is only hitting about 30 frames a second. It is not what I want. So the goal is to load the map up, render the map from the map data, remove all game object rendering of the trains, and I've not really done anything with a lot of moving game objects, so that might be a bottleneck, we'll see. I've then got English, a splat map rendered to right for the floor. Well, that should mean that the game runs almost entirely without game objects. There'll be game objects for particles and UI things, but not much else. All right. Starting world run. Okay, so logger in it. Look, we're not actually. What have I forgotten? I forgot to add the game manager. So my microphone is awfully low. There we go. Assets. Get files. Please ignore the name of the project. I just grabbed an existing project that had the right things in it. Ah, yeah, the map needs to be called 000 map. Map loaded. Map ready. Map ready is true. In fact, that's it. That's probably what we need to do. Maps ready. Let's go. But stuff like the train manager currently spawns trains, but it will do it before the map's loaded. Right now, I spawn the map. I make my own map up. That will go. So once it tells me the map's loaded. Right, so the map never finishes loading apparently. Map manager.instance.load. Just be that one, I think. All right, yeah. And then map manager. Public void load. How are they sorted? Oh, they're there. Okay, I'm confusing myself now. I've got too many things called load map. Right, so that's the one I thought I wanted to comment it out. Should be just as simple as that. That's all I need to do. I think. Andy, I assume you're there. Honestly, I've downloaded and looked at a lot of things off Thingiverse, and there are very few things, as a rule, I've looked at. I've not looked at and gone, yeah, I'm just going to change that. An example is the thing that I'm printing now. It is... So if I were to download this off Thingiverse, I would fully expect that to have a solid base. It doesn't need it. I could hang a hammer off this. Really, I've kept this still fairly strong, but realistically, I could probably have brought this down much lower here. The Pringles can is almost entirely held by these three things. So I might tweak it some more. But it surprises me how bad a lot of the people who do 3D printing design are very bad at minimizing the amount of time it takes to print this. So this thing at the back, again, this is way over. This is far too thick looking at it now. Because I mean, I'll be putting screws through. That's what those diagonal holes are. But it surprises me how poor a lot of the people who print stuff do things. I mean, probably I could have cut hole in there. I could probably cut diamond in there. I could probably have reduced this at the top to a quartile, which I might still do. They're about 8 grams each. So they're, whatever that is, 0.8% of my roll. Or 8%, I don't know. But yeah, I could probably tweak it some more. I might do that. But I have surprised myself with how often I've downloaded something and looked at it and gone, well, I knew about that, and just tweak it. And sometimes the tweaks are very simple and very straightforward, but quite a lot of the time I'm just boggled by how they didn't think about it, or they just uploaded a 3D model of, you know, Pikachu or whatever. No drop. When I saw the spinning tops, I haven't made much tat. Generally, what I've been doing is it's either stuff for the arcade or practicing stuff for the arcade, should I say. That makes sense. So I've printed what I would call tat, but the tat has been so I can practice or put it on the walls. And I've got the picture of my... So last week, I'll show you everything I printed last week. Map content should not have 10 layers, so that's a bug. Okay. Fix that in a sec. Yeah, here we go. Here's everything I printed last week. So there's a couple of spider-bot legs. So, but the portal things here are for the wall in the VR room. Baby Yoda is for the arcade, just decoration. Wall mounts for the Oculus, trophies that we're giving away. And these are the can mounts that I showed you. Here's the Atari bezels, more can mounts. The Space Invader is a you hang stuff on it, so I've got a lot of those printed out. And then that's the PCB holder I was mentioning. So actually, we're looking at ways to hold PCBs nicely. So I've primarily printed useful stuff or stuff to decorate the arcade, either of which works. The Oculus holders, they're actually particularly good. It's a pair of Warcraft headphone holders there too. Right, what happened here? Game Manager 79. Yes, we do. Yes. So amusingly, we work out. So if we've got a particularly weird issue with the game, we can work out what chip it is, and this makes me laugh so much by dumping the contents of the chip and comparing it against MAME. So MAME has known good dumps of games. Now, MAME's purpose is not for you to download and pirate games and play them at home. MAME's purpose is for preservation of arcade games. So we're the only people in the world, probably, using MAME for what it was actually developed for. But yeah, we do CRT repair, we do resurrection of suicide boards. I actually helped, very tangentially, with fixing a bug in the Space Harrier Enduro Racer conversion. It's amazing. So we are absolutely focused on fixing everything we can. I don't do any of that. I don't do any soldering. I absolutely don't. No, I should not be allowed near a soldering iron. And that's the wrong, that's why. But I don't believe there are more than a dozen other people in the world, who use MAME to rebuild broken arcade machines. That's literally what it's for. So we can buy new chips, and sometimes we buy new chips. So the boards they're old boards. Sometimes they're new boards. I don't remember which one. So Space Harrier, I think it's a new PCB with old chips on it. But we've also got a situation where sometimes we can buy new chips. The chips are still made. And what we've got there is brand new PCBs with brand new chips on them, with brand new burn data, which is amazing. I think you should just shat the bed. Wait. So, loading map calls. How am I going to crash the game? Let me just put this to. Boggles my mind, genuinely, that Unity does not trap infinite loops in the script and go, warning, no, you screwed up. It just goes, I'm going to crash. When the game manager goes to new, actually, I should probably do. error duplicate state. I think that's what it was. Should get errors now rather than it just dying on me. There are a few things we can't do. And again, I say this, someone will probably come and tell me actually we do it. As far as I know, we don't vacuum seal monitors. If a CRT gets gassy, we can't fix it. We also cannot recoat phosphor on the inside of monitors. Wish we did. Oh, I think we may have lost the... Yeah. Right. Good. We've got errors, not... Who are you complaining about? Map Manager. Oh, okay, that seems to have worked. Ah, that's fine. Okay, so at this point, then, hopefully what I can do is, instead of doing this stuff, none of that, in fact. Was there a spawn? Yes, there was there. Okay. And then we should just run over that. Okay, so we've got that, and then we've got Track Manager. Chris, in that particular instance, I do have an answer, but it's not one I'm prepared to share in public. I will consider that a trade secret that I'm not going to push into something that a few thousand people do send to see these things. I will message you. Yeah, that's Starblade, by the way. Wasn't Starblade a mirror reflection? I want to get Starblade. I really, we don't have a Starblade. It's one of the machines I really, really, really would like to see us having, and we don't. But yeah, again, I'm not prepared to sort of talk about that because that's something we've invented. That's down to the owner. But I don't know if you know a game called Gunblade. We just got a Gunblade Deluxe cab. Oh my god, is it in a state? And that's a 50-inch rear projected CRT. It looks a lot more impressive in reality, honestly. It's huge. So yeah, that was genuinely what I spent part of yesterday doing, was prepping to fix that. Oh, well, in that case, we'd replace. I doubt. This is the thing. It's very hard to find out this information online, which I'm a little bit canny. Starblade was awesome, though. Like, I would really, really like to see. But if there was a mirror, we would just replace the monitor. Assuming the mirror wasn't cracked. Not a great game, to be fair. But oh, the graphics and the sound, whoa, just, I mean, it was very much, it was the last Starfighter of the game to a huge degree. This is going to be interesting. Let me get the graphics working first. I'm going to struggle to get the map working that easily. Let's call this void generate graphics. And I'll also keep a copy of that function. Generate procedural world. Actually, all that does is work out which type of, yeah, so we don't do any of that. We should just do this, and this equals trying to make out which House of the Deads we've got. We've got House of the Dead 1, 2, 4, and 5, but not 3 yet. House of the Dead 5 is weird. It's a really disappointing game. It's genuinely not a very good game. It's 30 frames a second. They've removed the reloading mechanic. You just keep shooting. The power-ups are immensely satisfying and last a few seconds. But, holy shit, the cabinet is unbelievable. Ducted air jets, basically subwoofers that don't make noise, that can pulse air at you. Internal lighting on the cab, floor shaker, vibration systems. Unbelievable cabinet. But they just seem to spend a lot more time on the cabinet than on the game, rather sadly. But 30 frames a second is what got me. And I personally feel that the death of arcades was when we got loading screens in arcades. So you've spent quite a lot of time watching a loading screen with hints on it, sort of going, what the hell is this? It should be as simple as that. That seems, one line of code seems not enough. I don't know if you know a game called Darius Burst, Chris, but after having messed around with that and trying to line the screens on that, I have no fear about anything. You might know Ninja Warriors if you're a bit older. Similar sort of thing with one screen and a mirror. I spent so long trying to align it. It was just horrendous. Okay, now what I'm going to do here is I'm going to fix the graphics because I've given them arbitrary names. This seems to be right. Let me show you a loading map. Which have we got a? Prep manager calls that. Oh, which then calls load map again. Hi Brian, I'm writing tech. That's a terrible way of doing it. Let's not do it like that. I am improving some of the tech for Nomancer in a test bed. Right. Hopefully, really improving, but you know, we'll see. What about you, sir? Yeah, I haven't seen any maps from you in a while. I've been really enjoying farming loot in Nomancer. Surprising, like really. That no, triggers me. What's the word? Motivates me. A lot, and I really like the loot in Nomancer as well. It's very much what's the word? Very interesting loot. Whereas Diablo, it's very very swish and very clever and all that, but fundamentally was boring. A lot of the loot in Diablo 3 had some good stuff. I the 3 wolf yoke, for instance, which was amazing, but most of Diablo's loot's quite boring, whereas our stuff's quite interesting. So I give myself full marks there. But I need more maps. Pretty much I need to rotate this 180. So all I really got wrong was the entry location. But I mean, no pressure or anything, Brian. But it's literally you are the deciding factor on us getting more maps out. Literally you. Maybe Thursday afternoon, you and I should spend some time together on stream. Just you and me, just a private stream. Oh yeah. Because I've just found lots of little bits going on, and I can just basically just run through the game whilst you're just tidying up the crap as we go along. Okay. So the ones that go. Is that right? No. Wait. That might be right. That looks appropriately wrong. Oh, wait, I'm making it worse, not better. What's going on? So now I've gone backwards and I got one right. Man, Brian came along, said some stuff, and just left again. Okay, so this one is definitely correct. The one that is that one should be that one. Yep. The one that is this one, should this be flipped horizontally? And that leaves the one that is that one. Wait, we don't have that one. think this should be flipped horizontally, flipped vertically. That looks correctly broken. As long as what looks broken matches up to what I actually saw, we're working. Ah, I made it worse. What the hell? How have I done that? I'm not out by 1. Now they're all 90 degrees out. I just trying to work out what I did. This should be easy. Let me just draw over this yellow a sec. Let me draw over what I think it should be. So that one should be... That's not yellow, and that's not a brush. That should be that. That one. Oh, it's just I could actually also have the camera the wrong way up. Yeah. That probably helps. That's what it was. I had the camera, so this is north, so that's the top left of the map. So the one that is that way should be that one. Yes, I fixed it, but I fixed it for the wrong rotation. Right, so the one that... Oh, I put the one that looks like that. The one that looks like that is actually like that. So this one needs to look like that one there. The one that looks like that should have been that one. One that looks like this should have been... Oh, no. So I mean about an art package that does stuff that I want. Right, one of these is wrong. I think it's this one. And I'm going to guess this last one. Flip horizontal. I know the art package I would use. There's one called Neochrome in the Atari ST, which is amazing. Back when art packages were designed for spriting. There isn't anything out there. I've looked, and it's just I haven't had anything that sort of jumps out at me as being ideal. Not that we're doing a lot of spriting, to be fair. Okay, fingers crossed. Well, at least now we're exactly 180 degrees out. Beginning to wonder if I've got something fundamentally wrong. The idea is that this system that I've got here is just a drop-in system. I can drop the map stuff into anything. Subcity uses this map system, even though it's a procedural game, because I am injecting stuff in. So we were talking yesterday about FortressCraft and alien biomes and things. If I were to not quite hard code, but preset stuff, this would be the tool I use. This would be the system I use. So it should work. Ta-da! Save. Commit. Now, the issue is, although it looks like track, it's not track. You'll also notice, as Todd Mia certainly has in chat, I've got trains. Now, I have written train code many times in my life. This is the first time it's trains. I've never written train code that's worked before. Well, I've got a little, because it's not running a minute. So they're actual trains. A train is linked together. I might try and put a little bit of gap between the carriage, but a lot of this I am hoping pushes its way into FortressCraft. I would very much like trains in FortressCraft rather than just the minecarts. Also, my microphone is slowly... There we go, I have to jam at something. And all the keys in my keyboard between F7 and F12 now have a kitten on them. Hello, kitten. But that's loaded off disk, so that's quite important. If I actually just verify what we've actually achieved, it's actually quite good. And it's not that they stay on the track. They're a train. They have the concept of multiple carriages in multiple cells all at once with a fixed location. But now, in theory, I could give this across to an artist who could make a, he can actually make a proper. Stuff like that. Now, I can't currently do. And again, this stuff will be working its way back into FortressCraft. So I wrote this shader here that makes the trees sway. You can actually see it there, but I wrote that for Nomancer. But it now means I have a fully instanced swaying shader. Now, none of these are game objects. Again, if you know what Unity is, if I literally select everything in the game, oh, I can't do that. Never mind. I was going to show you, but I can't. And I think I've just crashed Unity. Oh my god! There we go. So I turn off the game objects in the world. Oh wow! I've broken it. That's amazing. Let me try again. Right. So I turn off the game objects. This is just procedural stuff. This doesn't exist inside Unity. This exists out in my own engine. It's not quite the right word, it's a bit fancy. But mostly it means I don't have to put up with any of Unity's overheads. I can stick everything on a thread. Which is cool. Okay, so that now worked. Now this bit, unfortunately, is a little bit centric to this. So the track manager... it should still work. I haven't broken it. Check. So the track manager is still generating the old random track. But what I need to do now is to parse all the track and then link all the track. And then the link list doesn't need to be a link list. I don't think I've actually iterated it anyway. Hopefully not. We'll find out. Now this is currently almost entirely generic. There's nothing game specific in here. Little bit here, but not much. What's wrong with that? Cannot convert. What? Oh yeah. Greater than or equal to, not equal or greater than. Okay, so if is track tile L tile equals false. I'm not planning on implementing two-way track though. Right now, a track has an entry point and an exit point, and that's fine. I've just realised this is going to be an absolute freaking nightmare. I'm going to have to basically pick the first piece of track and arbitrarily assign that a direction. But the code works. So the train code is completely abstracted, and that's what I'm quite pleased with. All the train does, the locomotions, it follows it can be a spline, it follows a path in space. It then unrolls that, moves along it, and the train carriages follow. I would really like trains for FortressCraft 2. Whether we'll get them, I don't know. But I like trains. There's a song about that. Okay, so Yeah, so this is it. We knew what the last track piece was. This is going to be interesting. I don't know why minecarts. I don't know why trains are cool, but trains are cool. Why minecarts are not enough like trains? Because I hadn't written the code that I've written now. Might seem like the obvious answer. So if I had written the code, what I have now written, I would have had trains in FortressCraft, as opposed to just individual minecarts. Trains are cool. I don't know why trains are, but trains are cool. What a lovely kitty, only taking up some of my keyboard. No! Okay, your head's... I love you, but take your head... Put your head over here. Oh, there we go. Oh, clever pussy puss. Smushy push push. That's good. Sometimes I turn my back and she just writes a lot of code. What I will probably do, in fact, is change this code, which worked fine for the random iteration thing, to have a pair of options and then we can traverse track backwards, which I guess we do need to do. I just like trains. Everyone likes trains. The minecarts are cool, don't get me wrong, and with Steve's non-colliding minecarts, it's even cooler because they're pretty much trains, but I would very much love to see in FortressCraft the concept of a train with a number of carriages, and then you could upgrade the loco. That'd be awesome. Now the issue I have is that I have a north-south track and an east-west track, and they are... Let's not think about gnomes too much. A lot of this, what I'm writing here, will probably come back into Nomancer though. Like it's this Nomancer uses this renderer, but not to such a degree, but probably should. Definitely not vertical trains. Not even sure. Might just do. I don't do any of this now. But what I have done is I know for 100% confirmed fact that all the train code works. So once this code is hooked up, that's great, and I can import stuff. And that means I can import arbitrary maps of splines in. If you don't know what I'm talking about, that's fine. Just try and work into competition. Going, oh, well, actually, we had arbitrary maps of splines. Yeah. Oops. Brian, did you get my messages about... Oh, wait, you've messaged me. Rob and I have kind of already discussed if we were to turn this into a game, how would we do it? And we actually had a few ideas. But did you get my notes, my message about we should spend some time, maybe Thursday, playing the game and fixing stuff? Because I said I'm Blind Man's doing stuff towards the end of the game. You're kind of the bottleneck because you're doing the earlier maps, and you haven't told me that we're like, yeah, we're good to go on things. So no pressure, but to a degree, you are my bottleneck. I mean that in the nicest possible way. There are 5. I don't know what there are 5 means. What are there 5 of? What are the things that there are 5 of? Why are there 5 of them? Why do I care there are 5 of them? Oh, right. You see, you say that. I played the game through and I noted stuff wrong on levels 2 and 3 and 4. But yeah, it's just because you're the early section. When you give me, it's you. You tell me when we're good to go, and I will unlock more maps. But I'm waiting on you. You tell me. I will do it. So I need to not do this yet. And then... Train manager got instant stopped. game manager dot instance dot state not equal to state dot playing. This is what I said, like, continue with what you're doing, commit what you've got, and on Thursday, if you like, we'll spend a couple of hours just going over it. I honestly got distracted with Nomancer, just collecting loot, like genuinely really liking the loot. Todd has seriously broken the game, as expected, so... Oh, Thursday's no good. So, Thursday might be... This week's a bit awkward for me. Tomorrow I'm on Nomad. Maybe tomorrow. Maybe we'll do it tomorrow, if that's good for you. It's Monday today, right? Yeah. Because Wednesday, I have a garage day, so I will probably be doing this because I need something to run on my laptop. Thursday, Dora is going to the vet to get spayed, so she will be away the whole day. I will be out, so I don't think about it. But she is and will be absolutely bunkered when I get her back. So I will spend the evening looking after her. Friday will be a FortressCraft stream, and I'm hoping Dora will just sleep somewhere and we can just pop a camera on her. So for now, Brian, just carry on with the stuff that you know about. And if it works for you to about this time tomorrow, give or take 4 hours, I'm easy. We will go over what's currently wrong. That's nothing major. It's pretty good. Dora, how can you put your face in such an awkward place? She's a tiny cat and she's just awkward. And the moment I go to take a photo of her, she just rearranges herself into a less awkward way. I'm going to take a photo of you anyway, that'll show you. So Dora is just there, like that, on my keyboard. Before I took the photo, she was taking up more keys. If you're still there, Chris, I think the biggest and most amusing thing about the arcade is there's no such thing as a hydraulic cab. We have almost all of the motion cabs by Sega, everything. Not a single one of them has hydraulics. They're all a clutch electric motor. And I literally, until I took apart Power Drift, I went, oh, no, it's just a motor and a band. I always thought that they were hydraulic. Everyone refers to them as hydraulic cabs. Everyone. And they're just not. Hey, that's a good start. Okay, cool. So it's not crashing. The track doesn't work yet. So the train itself doesn't understand. Well, it understands one tile, and then it goes, Meh. Hopefully this shouldn't be too bad. I don't really want to do this bit. This bit is just a necessity. What I want to start doing is the splat renderer. So the splat renderer will replace the ground, but it will render the whole ground from a dynamically generated atlas in one go without using a game object, using real-time blending on the GPU. So that when you're drunk. And it'll be, hopefully have a 16 tap renderer and hopefully won't be too slow. I'm not sure it would go on mobile. F-Zero Arcade. Well, actually, which one? GX? AX? AX, I guess, was the... Well, that one wasn't, surely. That, to me, Namco or not, looks very, 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 very much... That looks like an Outrun seat to me. Pretty sure that's an Outrun seat, and I'm pretty sure that will be the hydraulic system from Last Minute Climax. I say hydraulic again, it's the motor. Wait, Wipeout Arcade? What? I don't think that was real. That was homemade, I think. Good grief, what was that? A lot of these other problems that, like, we couldn't have this at the arcade because we need someone to man it. And these things require serious maintenance. I mean, there is a homemade Wipeout game, arcade game. Why would you go to the trouble of building that massive cab and then put that screen on it? But yeah, for my entire life, I knew for a 100% fact that these moving arcade games were hydraulics until I actually got my hands on one and went, no, it's not. Oh. Okay, now how do we work out? It's not me. Okay, a straight tile has a trivial pair of exit entry points. And I'll tell you what I should do is start re-rendering them. We do have a Play Choice 10, actually. Yes. And I was asking if anybody used it, but apparently it does get used, mostly for Super Mario Brothers. It's even got the gun on it. Play Choice 10 were the worst thing in the arcade. You just put money in, you could just play Nintendo as much as you liked. Like, weird. Quick log track manager ready. Now, I don't know if it uses NES carts. I thought the 10 games were predetermined. I'd have to open it up to look. I've not had a reason to. It's just worked. We have got the Mega Drive arcade game. Was it called the? It's not called the Mega Choice. What was it called? Mega Drive arcade game, and it used standard SNES carts, but with a notch cut out of them. What was it called? We've got one. It was gold. Can't remember off the top of my head. Oh wow. Just show me the picture. What a horrible looking thing. This is why I like being at the arcade, right? If I was here and this was our arcade, before I open, I'd stick a bit of cardboard under there, I get some bit, and I just give that just the quickest spray. Done. It wouldn't look tatty. Saddens me it looks tatty, and oh, they've got an extra step on those. I wonder if we're supposed to have a step there. Getting distracted. Okay, so right, so we need to create them all. Now the track is all placed, we can run back over it and link it. Could potentially have done this via the so in this case, I don't think I can assume these. It's okay then. Let's pause over it again because it's going to make my life easier. Tracks are easy, straights are easy. Note that we still need the concept of travelling through a tile from exit to entry. I need backwards. So this is assumed, like we will always enter from the north or the east, but we might enter it and then travel along it backwards. Okay, and if L tile dot entry there equals is not valid. Track direction for linking. Incidentally, if you do want me to write a train game, let me know. I like train games. It crosses my mind that there is a market for a multiplayer transport tycoon-esque game on consoles. Now, I'm going to try and avoid, after April next year, I'm going to try and avoid being full-time on FortressCraft. By that I mean all my time. I will probably do 48 hours a week on FortressCraft, but I would like not to be in a situation where FortressCraft finishes and I've got nothing else going. So, No Matsu will be done by then, and I will want something else to go. Yeah, so it'll be the bottom left there. Ah, thank you, Brian. I've learned something today. Not something useful, has to be said, but something. Points, this needs to have an alt function. You've no idea, Tim. Wait, do you really think that's a lot of Chrome tabs? Are you serious? You notice I've got 1, 2, 3 separate Chrome instances on this computer. On my other computer, I've got maybe 100 tabs open. When Chrome gets a decent favoriting system, I will stop using tabs like that. If I could just have my tabs down the left, it'll be fine. The problem is very rapid. I don't know what this is. I've no idea. I've not looked at it. Something I open. Wait. Oh yeah, that was what got me thinking about writing my own splat renderer. Oh yeah, this was so I mean, because they're just icons, I will never get round to clearing them down. Chrome used to allow you to put them vertically down the side, and I don't know why they don't again. But closing them is spending my time clicking on each one in turn is not worth the effort. I really wish they'd fix it. We have got, so I've chatted about this with Rob. I like the idea of a Transport Tycoon clone with pad-friendly controls on a console set in a medieval world with zombies or orcs or whatever you like. This one, like, if I were to pick a visual style, it would be not this level. It would look like this. I'd like to write this game looking like this. Are you serious? God, it's not even in this file. Which is essentially what we're moving towards. Now, if you know the anime Cabaneri in the Iron Fortress, imagine Cabaneri in the Iron Fortress set with traditional Western swords and sorcery style thing. But yeah, I'd like it to look like this. I really would. I think that would be awesome, even though most of the effects are now broken on this system. Not with height though. I have specifically avoided writing any height systems because that is a lot of extra work over what I've got currently, and I don't really fancy doing that. But this sort of, not Skyrim, not mobile. I'm not sure what I would describe this art style as. Something like that. Yeah, hand painted. That's a kind of, again, a non-term. Yes, they're probably painterly is the more correct term. I don't think it's actually painterly though. Where's the? There we go. Oh, there we go. There was actually another. There was quite a nice set of trees. There was a house, supposed to be a house and things, buildings. Oh, it's just turned off for. Oh, how? Oh, that's brilliant. That is. There we go. That'll help. I thought I was like, I remember in my brain this looks a lot more impressive than it does. Probably helps if I turn on all the trees. Yeah, how odd. Like lots of it's. I don't know. Yeah, it's suddenly, hopefully, probably going to get a lot more. There we go. That's just kind of my my thoughts. It is, you know, if I was to go with a graphic style, that's what it would be. It would be painterly style, low poly, nicely lit, medieval trains with some sort of doing what Projector Games does best. So I've no interest in a game where you've got a few things. I can do hordes and hordes of orcs slash zombies slash whatever you like, and I really like the idea of this style stuff. It's not photorealistic, it's not Skyrim, it is low poly, but yeah, I guess painterly is the best way I would describe this. Anyway, that's my thoughts. I don't have specific plans to turn this into a game. Unless, as I said, whilst developing this tech, I go, you know what? This is really good. Which happens sometimes. It doesn't happen as often as you might think. Most of the time, you have to fight really hard to get any fun out of a game. It's a lot of work. Tactics Forever, Chris. Tactics Forever is at a point now where the next goal is to build a community. Code-wise, it works. It's on Steam. it works. You can have private universes. Most of the graphics are in. A lot of the weapons are in. It's ready. What I need now is a guy with about 10,000 subs, and this guy ideally needs to get obsessed with this game, play it once a week with his community, get between 500 and 1,000 people watching him, and stick with us for a year. I don't have anyone. That's what we need on the game. Is a push, a marketing push. I keep trying. We are looking for people, but we haven't found anyone, unfortunately. But yeah, Tactics Forever is another game where we will be wanting to ship it. Because it's really good now. I mean, you haven't played the newer ones, and we've got mines and stuff. Mines are hilarious. We've got flails, we've got physics weapons, it's got loads of stuff. But we are acutely aware that it's not massively console friendly. It does run on mobile, and you can link it to your Steam account, so you can actually edit your ship on your phone and play it on PC, or you can edit your ship on your PC and go to work and watch fights with your ship on your phone, which is fucking awesome. But without marketing, it ain't going to go anywhere, and we know this, and that's not a skill set we've got. We are programmers and artists, not marketers. So I'm afraid that's where we're at with that. With a bit of luck, by the way, that should actually hook up all of the straight track. Maybe. Wait, what? North is not a valid... If it's not... Oh, I've got type thread. I think that's a no. Actually, I should find out because if I drive along. Hey, my print finished. What am I going to print next? I guess I should probably print a set in black, and then I can go out because I just printed 3, so I can go black, yellow, black, yellow. Yeah. I think a set in black. I'm a little bit protective of the yellow because black I could just buy willy-nilly, but the yellow is amazing under UV. This should give me I haven't got a nice colour for Starbug. I have found quite a good edited Starbug model. I haven't had time to think about it. It's mostly been productive things, as I said. I printed out a oh yeah, I kind of know what I did. I'll probably do that tonight. I've got to do a 5-hour print of the can holders. I also need to print the let's pop the black in. Or the white or black. What should we do? I'll print out one of the PCB holders, I think. I'll check. Right now I have to wait for the build plate to cool anyway. I can't take stuff off yet. Oh man, my brain's gone. I totally said, oh, I'll do the PCB rack. Just out of curiosity, how long would it take if I was like, yeah, let's do it now. I tell you, but I've actually just become incompetent with clicking on things. God's sake, this program is awful. There we go. Like, if you misclick, it just does nothing. It doesn't say, yeah, that's not possible. It just goes, just like that. It just goes, 4 hours. Don't need them at the minute. I think what I actually need. I do have a document just to make notes, but otherwise it takes so long to print anything. I very quickly end up with a to-do list that's far bigger than I can get through in in a month or 6 months. Oh, yeah. I know what I'll do. Because it'll be slightly interesting, slightly more interesting, and it won't take too long. Actually, I say that, I've just realised this has been designed by a complete mong. But we'll give it a bash anyway. I'm probably sitting for a couple more hours. So this is one of my favourite colour filaments. Not that you can see it, I don't think, in that picture, but it's really, really nice. First try. And let's just check. Look at that. That's the angle I will have it at. And it holds it all the way up to about that many angles, about 50 or 60 degrees. Awesome. Now this next print is less practical, but should be cooler. I've not printed it before, so let's just give it a whirl. Now I have to heat the build up, so don't hold your breath. Right. So we can hook up north and south and east and west tracks. That's trivial. So tracks have a concept of a direction. Tracks have a concept of a entry points and exit points and all that. What do I have just done like that? Points are a special case and will require filling in of 3 points. And then probably what I want to do is else.configure from neighbors. That's probably the correct one. Hello, local puss. But yeah, if you're only here for the cats, do tune in Friday. I'm fully expecting Dora to be completely out of it, like really out of it. I've just realised, for the vast majority of the tile layouts, I can actually assume them. Which is pretty much what I've forgotten his name has been doing with the FortressCraft stuff, but not for points and not necessarily for crossing. So a bit. I've just printed Pringle can holders. Yeah, I point out they're not for the Pringle cans. That's because it takes me about 25 minutes to print a Pringle can holder. If I was to also print something just like a Pringle can holder, then that would take a couple of hours. I have a lot of Pringle cans at the arcade. We use them to hold screws and things because they can come with lids. So this is just to put. This is so I've got somewhere to put all my Pringle can lids full of screws and bolts and nuts. And also it's removable. We sell them at the arcade, so we'll have a lot. I think it's an awesome idea. Fuck you. The end. I think I just need to. Yeah, it's not because I want a nice, neat way of holding Pringles cans. I've not gone totally mental. Make a note here. Entry that is considered forwards, but a train can always enter the exit door and the generated. I picture you having the wall next to your piece with a different flavour in each one. No. That's not the plan. Now the plan is to. Again, I'll send you a picture. I don't think I've got one. One turned up in one of the pictures earlier by accident. Yeah, like that. We just use them to keep stuff in because they're really convenient. They're waterproof. They come with their own lids. As I say, I'm kind of pleased because I designed this myself. This isn't a design I downloaded off the internet. It was me. I forgot to click on print. I wonder what's taking a while. Oh, no, I didn't. It's All right. Just out of curiosity, what temperature did I say to print at? 210. Oh no, it's potato. So in Europe, you have to write on something what it is. In this case, it is a salt and vinegar flavour savoury snack. They're not crisps because they're not crisps. Main ingredient is dehydrated potatoes. So in Europe, you must write on something what it is. So here I've got Coke Zero, vanilla, and it says a sparkling low-calorie vanilla flavour soft drink with vegetable extracts with sweeteners. You can't just write whatever you like on there. There are guidelines. Yeah, Europe. I love Pringles. I totally love salt and vinegar Pringles. So, first person to guess what it is I'm 3D printing gets the satisfaction of knowing that they were the first person to work out what I was 3D printing. Any guesses? Nope. Good. Get weg from there, get there. What are you doing, Dora? And that should be it. The only what I haven't done yet is worked out what it is from Hello Cat higher up. Yeah. Yeah, Brian, you've 100% captured what I was thinking about for this game. Exactly that. Cabaneri of the Iron Fortress meets Warhammer meets Transport Tycoon. What? I like Pringles. I really like Pringles. I like the very, 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 very strong flavouring. I'm getting comments from. Yeah, that was from Discord. Brian linked that. Yeah, that is I'd love the game to basically have that sort of feel. So it's transport tycoon, basically kind of what Subcity was pushing towards as well. I'm very confused here. At all points, the north and the south, the east, the west should have something covering them. Where's it, Dora? But I don't have plans for it in the game. I said I'm writing reusable tech here for other projects. And sometimes I do that, and sometimes that other game comes out, and sometimes it doesn't. That's the nature of writing code. Unity, I was kind of expecting you to... Huh? Oh, stop standing on the keyboard. Don't press F12. So not entirely, no. What have I done wrong here? Track map. Oh, hold on. Truck stop wasn't my fault. So I'll touch on Truck Stop while I'm programming here. So Truck Stop was one of those games where it had a technical problem to overcome that we weren't aware of when we started. I have this a lot with games I write. It's not that Nomancer has no technical problems, okay? Nomancer had pre-production worked, that all went great. And we can just sit and we can write the game. We don't have to get to the point where I go, how do I do this? Truck Stop had the issue that we wanted ragdolls, and Unity really wasn't very good at ragdolls. We wanted tunable levels. Unity doesn't really support that. We struggled with technical issues on Truck Stop, unfortunately. I did prototype a sequel. Which was in some ways different. We struggled again with that one. But by that point, Todd wasn't so interested. Himself wasn't on board. So it just sat down. It sat down. It just got abandoned, sadly. It's a shame, I did like it. So at 2344, it'll be 23, it'll be 64 minus, it'll be 20, for reasons of upside downness. Right, that's the wrong direction, that's why. I'm looking there and there, where I should be looking up and down. That means that that tile is how do I fix this? I can fix this by swapping those two around, fixing the map and fixing the renderer. So now the map will break. I can ignore the other map, the other tiles, they are named arbitrarily, it doesn't really matter. Now the visuals will be wrong. That's fine. We can fix the visuals and then we fix the code. I was very much expecting the graphics to be wrong. And they're not. Why are they not wrong? I swapped those around. I swapped the graphic around. Well, okay, I'm going to ignore that for a minute. Does this bit not work? What will happen, it would error back to the map creator game. That's obviously bollocks. Fix it. No guesses what the print is going to be then? I could just rename that to North. I mean, the other, oh, hold on, yeah, I need to swap the names of these two around as well. So we've now got east, west, then, so I'm just going to, oh, that is correct now. We've got east, west, then north, south. This is the drawback with the GPU instance system. I don't have objects I can click on. The objects don't exist in any way, shape or form. They are purely graphic side things. I have to debug it in a slightly more old school way. There's a disadvantage. It's a minor one, but it is there. I'm trying to work out. Now I must have derped. Because let's draw some those in the middle for absolutely no reason at all. To make sure they appear, because I'm really expecting the map to break Like, I'm expecting the track to be the wrong way around. Then I was going to rotate the graphics to match. Oh, right, there we go. Okay, now it's broken because I don't know. Anyway. Spawn prefabs. See, these I can tweak. These are the... So they are labelled north-south, but quite frankly... Actually, let's just rotate the camera. I'm curious, I might have had it the wrong way around the whole way through. So this one is labelled north-south. Yeah, it's entirely not north-south. That's north-south. That's east-west. Andy, don't know if you're watching still, but given that you modelled these for FortressCraft on the Xbox, still pretty good. Textures for shit, but that's not really your fault. Amazing what a little bit of normal mapping will do to a crappy texture. Right, so now I've rotated those. Well, it looks like it's working now. I will comment try. To support dead ends. Get there from back. That's not right, that should be center point. That's better. Not good, but better. So you can see now the... It's quite to show it to you. Let me just turn off the renderer. Bang. So the tracks now, the straight tracks work. Corners don't work yet, but I haven't started on those. So that's good. Trains does still not understand how to drive along things. Train. I will just for no reason at all, public vector 2 spawn block to do this, not like this. This just means the train will definitely spawn on a bit of straight now. Currently, it's spawning just anywhere. I've also been asked about Subcity. Subcity is still ongoing. That's waiting on Andy. Andy has an enormous amount of work to do on that one, and mostly I'm waiting on Andy more than anything else. Andy knows we're not in a hurry. I'd like to point out the train did not spawn. Ah, there we go. Much better. Now the train spawns and goes as far along the track as it understands, resets back to the start position, and then loops. So starting there, driving to the next location, and then going, I don't understand what that is. Which is fair. Possibly that's a better random choice. Excuse me. Not really, no. That's still only one tile. It's just a poor choice of tile, that's all. That's fine. So, we also have 4 corners. Now, corners are more difficult, which is why I'm doing them second. Oh, wait, I'm just curious if I say I'd really like to just see the trains move down a straight. I want to confirm straights are working. Get the other bit working, flip the left and right so they work, and then support for travelling along them back. Because there we go. Okay, it does work. Okay, go. Oh god, no! Wait, does the shadow go? Oh yeah, because the camera's over there. Right, so that works. Possibly that's all it needs. I'm not sure. That's all we need for straight to straight anyway. The code itself needs to be able to understand about travelling along track backwards. That is travelling from the exit to the entry. That's okay, so we know how we should graphically link up. Check my logic. I'm good at commenting. I don't know why. I think I like writing things. you got it. Well done. That's when it moves quickly. There's a loose bearing. I've got a set new bearings, but to put the new bearing in, I need to take it all apart. That noise there, yeah, that's just one of the bearings isn't moving properly. Hasn't made any difference to the print quality, so I've just ignored it. Aha! Very good, I see what you did there. So, bottom left, XL is -1, YL, let's see, XL minus, YL, plus I guess. How loud is it, by the way? It sounds quite loud today. The fan also needs replacing. I've got replacement fans. It's just one of those, because it prints fine, I've just not bothered touching it. I have found that a huge amount of the 3D printing community is like the Linux community. A lot of Linux people don't have a Linux box in order to be productive. They have a Linux box in order to fuck about making their operating system better and improved. Because I see all sorts of people going about, you know, ghosting along the Y and stuff, and like, none of my prints do I care about that much. That, like, if I really care about a print, I just halve its speed and print it overnight. Most of my stuff, I just don't care to that level of quality. Whereas a lot of people get obsessed over sort of the act of 3D printing. I'm only really interested in the results. So what I'm printing here is a medallion for the runner-up for the Mario Kart tourney. I also need to do, just remind myself, I also do need to print out, thank you Dora, she ran across me. I also need to print the, oh, I haven't exported it correctly. I also need to 3D print the Mario Kart, the other Mario Kart trophy for this week's coming up competitions. I've been printing all their trophies, which I quite like, I have to say. It's dead easy to model, it really is. I'll show you, but I'll do it on. I'll do it on the right computer, shall I? That makes sense. So you can see. I have to say, interestingly, oh, it's already been done. Never mind, I can export the right one. Well, with Tinkercad, you can actually English. You can have two people working on the same model at once. Like, so you can collaboratively work online with someone on the model, which is actually very cool. It is me. So this week's winner of the Mario Kart thing, last week's Cricket Crash, so I've modified an existing design to go to the generic base. But that's cool, I really like that, I really do. Only problem with that, two problems with that. One, it's, no, there's one problem with it really. My English is terrible, I do apologise. I am honestly a native speaker, believe it or not. As you can see, it wasn't designed for 3D printing in the slightest. So I'm going to have to print it on its back with the moulding there. So it'll only take an hour. So we'll print one out in the horrible gold that we're using. I've got a nice gold, but we have to. I've got like a kilo of, I say shit gold that I need to get rid of first. So left, right, left, right, top. It's a bit. Yeah, I think it's a bit more rocky today. It could probably do a bit more lube on the thingy. I'm a bit worried. I've actually printed this at the right. What's it called? That. Size. That might be why it's going to take an hour to print. Otherwise, it will take 4 hours to print. No, wait, no, that doesn't affect the build plates. That cannot possibly be right. I actually, no, that'll be enormous. Okay, I've done this before. It's very easy to accidentally print something at half or double the size you expected. So far, it's always been half, and I've just let it. I go, oh, 20 minutes. That's good. I hit print, coding. Look up, and there's a tiny little splodge in the middle of the build tray, and I'm like, oh, that's the wrong size. I think that's the right size, but it's only taken an hour, which does seem extremely quick. Right, now, there is a small chance I've got this right, but it's very small. It's like 1 in 16. Which is not good odds. You wouldn't play Russian roulette. Well, actually, you might play Russian 1 in 16. It's better than 1 in 6. Right, I'll either get an error. Yeah. But what I should do is debug.drawRay. Move that to 3. mCenterPause.x. 0.centerPause.y. That's a little unhelpful, isn't it? Alright, so all 4 of them are broken. If all 4 are... let me do an and. I'll do and in magenta. So if it's and broken, it's easy. I just have to flip all of the signs. If it's an or one, a little bit less easy. God, please be magenta. Damn it, it's red. That means one of the directions is wrong on all of them. I'm just going to try flipping these 2, and then it doesn't work, I'll flip back and try the other 2. Otherwise, I have to just do a more measured approach. I had this when I was at college. My lecturer was from a time when it took a long time to compile and iterate code. So I could have sat here with a bit of paper and worked out exactly what the result is, what I need, and what code I try. Or there's only, as I said, there's only 16 combinations. I can just go those 2, no, those 2, no, right. So it's none of those. It's a more complicated one. Oh, actually, it's not that at all. I may have been correct entirely. Let's just undo those. I forgot to actually check XL X1. Sorry, YL. Oh, good. It's magenta. Awesome. That means it's literally the opposite. Or it's really complicatedly broken. One of the 2. Oh, right. It's still magenta. This has now confused me. Look for orphaned track tiles. I said, in theory, I could just grab a 4x4 array and go, ha, it's that, but... why is this not... I'm going to leave the code there. You guys solve it. I'm going to grab myself another drink. Please fix my bug for me. It is. Thank you, Henry. Ooh. So it's going to be too hot to take off the bed. I need to wait for it to cool so it pops off. And then start the next one. This one will be in a colour that I affectionately refer to as shit Lego gold. So Lego do 3 types of gold. Chrome, good, and shit. This is the shit one. But this is the colour we chose for the trophies. Okay, that's 3 times in a row I've done it first try. I'm on fire. That's actually really quite nice. I'll start the next thing off. So this is the runner-up medallion for Mario Kart, the Mario Kart tourney at the arcade next week. This week. But I might fill this in with resin, so the Mario Kart on the outside's gold, but the inside's black. Now, I don't have a multi-material printer because I haven't got the money to spend on that. I also don't really have the accuracy or the time because I could print out the inverse, but it's really quite difficult to tune that just right so it slots in perfectly. But we do have some black resin at the arcade, so I might just see about just a thin layer, just a millimetre of black resin, just to make that really pop. I might print myself a spare one in case it all goes wrong. Also, hello Henry, how you doing? Come visit, come see the arcade. I've just realised what a twit I am on this anyway. Do you remember what I said earlier, Zebra, about a lot of the 3D printing community being too much like the Linux community? I haven't waited around with tolerance going, I don't care. It's good enough. And even if I had extremely high tolerance, we are talking quite complex diagonal shapes here. I don't have the time to spend faffing around with it when what I've got is good enough and resin is a solution. Obsessing about it must be 3D printed, otherwise it has been a complete failure. It's a waste of time. It really is a waste of time. And it's not something I really can be bothered to do. I hope that makes sense. If you think about the shape, how would I scale that 99%? It has an inside and an outside. It's not like a peg in a hole. It's like a peg in a hole with another peg in the other direction with another hole in the other direction. If I scaled it down, it definitely wouldn't fit in the end. If I scaled it up, it definitely wouldn't fit in the ring. Dora, stop touching that. Get off the keyboard. Off the keyboard. Oi! So what's she taken to doing, by the way? If she thinks I'm watching her, instead of knocking something off, instead of not knocking it off, what she does now, she knocks it off and runs away before I get a chance to react and shout at her. Little shit. Oh no, Henry, oh. I've mostly stayed in the back room at the arcade. We've been struggling to get enough hand sanitizer, so I have made hand sanitizer. We bought chlorine, and we've got about 50 litres of isopropyl alcohol anyway, so we're making our own hand sanitizer as we cannot buy it. And obviously, think about the arcade. It's a place where people go and touch things. This is mostly why I like helping out the arcade, because I just went, Jason, buy me these chemicals, I'll make some hand sanitizer. And, you know, to be flippant, I watched a YouTube tutorial. It was from a guy who I have seen stuff about him before, and I do very much trust him. But, quite literally, I saw it on the internet. Let's give it a go. Yeah, it's literally Big Clive's video. If you look at the video again, Henry, I messaged him. I went, "What are these foam nozzles?" And he replied, "I can't buy them. We've bought one for a tenner. It's unbelievable the things bang out." But yeah, we're literally doing it. It's the BAC50 from that, but I need to I need to find a foaming nozzle. So I've made it, and it's really disappointingly rubbish. I'm trying to figure out why this is the wrong way around here. If I just do... We're a corner. I'm an idiot. Also, what was that you knocked over, Dora? It was a whacking great thud. I know what it was. I've just realised I've calculated diagonal. These aren't diagonals, so... True, Henry, but obviously if they've got it, then you'll get tested, I guess. This is why I hang around in the back room where there's no people. Honestly, I'm not joking about the cost. So I'll show you. I don't have to. It's just foamy. Like, we'll just go Amazon. It's just insane. In fact, look, none of these are for sale. 400 milliliter bottle, 12 quid. Glass one, 11 quid. See, that's a posh one. And then we've got things like this. This would be ideal. These are tiny bottles, but that date is from China. It's almost definitely not going to arrive there. Or I can get these electric, super expensive ones. They're fine. But it's bananas how much this stuff suddenly is. I just want the nozzle as well. We've got loads of bottles at the arcade. I think we've got one of these. I think we bought an Amazon soap pump. They haven't changed price, but they're a bit posh. Again, that'd be fine. 93 pence. 250 milliliters is not very big, but this whole coronavirus thing is just insane. Like how, if you've done anything with this is what's called just-in-time manufacturing, we don't keep massive stocks of hand sanitizer or things because we don't generally, it doesn't generally ebb and flow very much. It ebbs and flows a bit. I corrected what I did wrong. I did a previous and a next. I seem to recall in America there are laws against profiteering from disasters. Correct me if I'm wrong, because people were selling bottles of water for huge amounts of money after Hurricane something or other. What was it called? Hurricane definitely not caused by climate change. That one. I can't remember what it's called now. And I thought they introduced some laws about it. Yeah, so I don't know why I wrote the code I did. I was excited. I have to generate a pair of locations. I don't know. God damn it, what do I need to do? My brain tells me I can get away with just doing one, but that's not true. If we're at the bottom left, let's just go by this. We're at the bottom left. So this is the bottom left piece. So what the hell? This is the bit just like that. So this means that the previous is 0, minus, minus, and this is plus, plus, 0. So this is for bottom right and bottom left. So this is where it's arbitrary what's previous and what's next. So in this case, anything with the bottom, let's just call this next and previous for just no particular reason. So in this case, the next XP is always 0. So we'll write it. Sorry, next equals 0. YP equal minus minus. So for both this one and that one, they're different, and this is minus minus comma 0. This is also previous. That's white. So for bottom right, we've got Laura, you're a bad kitten. No, carry up. Just. Poor dear, she gets spayed on Thursday. So the next is, no, the previous is, oh god, I confused myself. Right, previous is, the bottom left is minus minus 0. This case it's plus plus and 0. I'm fairly sure my mouse is moving. So I use mouse without border, so I have multiple PCs hooked up and I control it from one set of multiple monitors. But there's a spare mouse over there. I think Dora's hitting it. And then the next is always 0 minus minus, because it's the bottom. Now in this case, I think this is exactly the same, only that this is plus plus. Because the left and the right is the same, it's just the top there. And very important I get those right too. So next is current x plus that one. Previous is x plus previous. Just quickly scanning with my eyes, making sure. Okay, that can't be right. Oh, it can't. So yeah, I guess it's kind of right, because it's kind of not right, because we actually have each of these can represent 2 types of corner, depending whether you're traversing it forwards or backwards. So that's slightly confusing, because I never set the Y for the previous. The previous is always the the horizontal exit, and the entry is always the vertical entry. This still won't work. I'm just hoping for red errors, not magenta ones. Yay! 2 red, 2 magenta. That's definitely Dora playing with the mouse. Dora, you are being so unhelpful. Not just kind of a little bit unhelpful, you're being actively unhelpful now. So 2 orphan tracks and 2 error tracks. From these numbers, I should also be able to calculate 4 different types of track, but I need to get the neighbouring correctly. Now the annoying thing is, I'll tell you what. Let's just do them one at a time then. So we're just going to do BL. BL is a magenta one, so that means that BL is exactly incorrect. So these are almost by definition, that means these ones will be incorrect as well, but let's check. Oh, no, still red. Hello, human. Red means one of them is wrong. Let's split this chat down into a previous and the next. And we'll do this in. Actually, a dead end is probably a tile that has the previous and the next the same. tile. Right, this will tell me whether or not I screwed up the previous to the next. Mooney, that's because I'm not 15 and super edgy. Right, cyan is wrong. That means that next tile is wrong. That means that that should hopefully be ++. If your eyes are being hurt by the brightness of your monitor, you should A, see an optometrist or an optician, depending on where in the world you live. B, investigate your monitor's brightness settings. You should be, well, I mean, my room's not brightly lit, not by any means, but as I said, people obsess over dark themes, and it's just. I might change my mind if it's, you know, 2 in the morning, but I've always used the light theme. I mean, Unity used to, you had to, only Pro would allow you to have the dark theme. It's like, seriously guys, is this actually a thing that people care that much about? Yeah, but my point is, if your monitor settings are so wrong that it hurts your eyes to look at a bright screen, you should really, really look at your monitor settings. That's very bad. I'm on a HDR screen. I mean, mine's razor bright. To be fair, I am quite old, so it's also possible that I'm less affected by that. Hey, look at that, we got corners. Now it's a 50-50 chance all these corners are in the wrong direction. I know what's going to happen now. That's kind of what I expected. So in this case, the train is entering via an exit, but it should come through. It should go backwards. Now I have no support for moving backwards, but let me just commit my changes so I'm not going to lose anything. I'll be honest, I'm not really sure what these mean anymore. I should probably tweak the debug a little bit more. If I just raise up the middle, yes, in this case, I don't actually think this is correct at all yet. Because that's the entry point or the exit point. That's the entry or the exit point. Oh, don't think we've got any glitter. Let me check. I really like this Mario medallion is actually rather awesome. I kind of wish I'd turned on ironing for the top layer. I said I'll print another one of these just because I'm going to pour resin and it might screw it up. So, I think I've got the vector wrong. I reckon it's one of these. Which one was the... It was the dark grey one was wrong, wasn't it? Is it always the dark grey one? That's the... What, that white one's wrong. Ah, bugger. Mooney, when you say something else, like what? Brian, you know that epoxy is just a phrase that lazy people who can't bother to say epoxy resin say. See, that white line should be there. That's correct. So some of this code may no longer apply. So that generates the left and the right direction. Ah, yeah, okay. Right, I know what it is. Does this make us a left or a right? Okay, so if E behavior, M behavior, if it's a left or a right turn, how? Not sure yet. So this, what I'm doing at the minute is I'm working on some tech for my two current in production destined for shipping games, which are FortressCraft 2 and Nomancer. Nomancer specifically needs improved GPU work. FortressCraft needs improved GPU work and an atlasing system. I also have something that's currently stalled waiting on artists, and that's called Subcity. Subcity further needs a compute shader splat system. So this isn't a game that I'm planning to ship unless everyone's like, oh my god, you have to ship this game. Oh my god. It's a test bed more than anything else, which is why I'm annoyed I'm having to rewrite a bit of code here. I'm just going to look at my print, by the way, because I've just remembered I haven't checked if it's the right size. I think it's the right size. Hooray! Now, that said, if people, certainly my patrons more than anything else, go, that should be a game, I have already sort of mulled through a number of options in my head about what sort of game this would be and why it would be different to anything else in the market. Mostly, though, this is it's very hard to jam in a new rendering system into an existing game until that rendering system is mature. The rendering system we've got in Nomancer is not mature. It is very, very raw. The code that I've done today should drop into Nomancer without any issues, and it will remove an enormous number of game objects, which is good. That's definitely a good thing. I can't show you because we're currently in a broken code sort of thing. Actually, if I just go to track manager, if I just go unrelated, last week's episode of Picard was amazing, and if you're a fan of Star Trek, if not, Probably not so much. There you go. So, because it's me, and I don't know if you know me, I don't know if you've watched any of my streams or any of the games I've written on before, I have very little, if any, willpower when it comes to not massively overdoing stuff. And again, this is just a concept renderer, but I can draw. Currently, I can simulate 32,000 trains. Did some maths. That's before I've optimized it. I reckon I could probably do 500,000 simulations. I could probably draw 500,000, and that's carriages, not individual trains. So I could draw 50,000 trains of 10 carriages, or 5,000 trains of 100 carriages, and so on and so forth. But yeah, essentially I've got a system that does already work. It's here, it works great. I need to now essentially just hook this up. Yes, I noticed that is wrong, because that's a turn right, even though it should be a turn left. Yeah, Chris, you could have unspoiled that a bit better. But yeah, I agree. I was like, oh, but I liked him. I was hoping that he'd, carry on. I don't think that any of them, I think they're cameos. I mean, 7 of 9, I was like, oh, 7 of 9, who was in a precisely 1 episode plus a 2-minute buffer. But just a bit when I wasn't sure who the husband was going to be, I was just like, yay! I don't know if it's canon whether or not that was always the case, but I'm like, oh, that's so brilliant. So I really, really enjoyed that. But all of the best moments of the card, I would think would be 100% weighted on anyone who's not watched all the previous Star Treks, all the TV series. If you're not a fan of TNG, if you've not, perhaps followed some of DS9 as well, this would be absolutely. Oh, all right. There's a guy. Oh, all right, and all right. He's married to her. Oh, all right. I absolutely believe that it is down to member berries, as you said, genuinely. But I've enjoyed it. I'm happy with with the cameos. I think it's like been a lovely swan song to almost like a series to finish off TNG. TNG, the next generation, should we say? So I've enjoyed it on that basis, which is what I suspect they were aiming for. And it's been a bit nicer to see a bit more of the wider sort of Federation, all that. I've thoroughly enjoyed it, but not as. Have you never heard of Star Trek? Watch this show. You watch it going, who's that? What's going on? What's this? None of it's explained. It's all members. But yeah, I think of it as a season 8 of TNG set a long time after the last TNG, and it's that's pretty good, I reckon. I'm trying to work out the maths here, by the way. I'm chatting about Star Trek, but my brain is working on this maths. Because I need to calculate from an entry and an exit and a center vector whether or not the exit vector is left or right. Dot entry to is that right? Right. Now I'm sure you're all watching me because you kind of now is it Falstad? This is the most useful website in the entire internet, and it lets you fiddle around with dot products in real time, so I can make sure that I'm excuse me, that I'm doing it right. maths. So we have our... Oh, I can't make it bigger. We have our entry vector and our exit. This is actually going to be quite tricky because our entry vectors don't do that. So we've got a center. We have center to that one, and we have exit. So I've already calculated these entries: center, entry, and exit. It should just be the dot of one versus the other, and then I need to flip it around. I think it's just that simple. Dot equals vector 2 dot entry dir exit dir. I tell you what I could do with though is writing a function to draw arrows. Oh god. Because I'm currently just drawing these, which is all well and good, but... And that's our entry to our... That's drawing from the entry point to the exit point. Okay, so... Dora is in full-on murder mode. Hey Chris, long time no see, sir. How's life down south with all the southerners? What are you watching? I am writing a new system of rendering stuff without having to deal with game objects. Because that's too slow. You should come up. You should come and visit the arcade. I am helping out at the world's second biggest arcade in Leeds, and it's absolutely amazing. And you should totally come up. A reasonable idea. Really? Is it a public idea, or do you want to whisper it secretly into my secret hole? That came out wrong. I thought you were already knee deep into a project with a team, because I know you mentioned it, but I haven't got any further details than that, because you've been playing Escape from Tarkov, and I'm like, nah. I mostly, Chris, I enjoy just watching you aimlessly trot through a landscape for 4 hours and then get shot in the head by someone you didn't even see. That's what makes me happy. I apologise if you get a whole thing full of crap, by the way. That's because I've got a cat, I've got a kitten. Oh, that's a shame. I've always, I don't know if you know a girl, one called Indie Gamer Chick, but she reviews indie games, and her thing, it's a bit like Zero Punctuation, it's basically to slag them off. And I said to her, I'd love to do a game with her when she comes up with what she wants. You know, she says, right, it's going to be a platformer. Okay, basic platforming, 2 weeks, you know, and then she wants, I want to double jump. And then she's like, oh, it doesn't quite feel right. You know, I want to tweak it. And I sort of every week do a video about where we were, and for her to understand how, oh my fucking god, difficult this shit is. I think a lot of people don't realise that you can come up with a change or an idea, and you say, hey, can we just have it so there's, you know, we implement PvP? And you have to sort of say, well, what you've just said, let's phrase another way, is can you add 2 years of work? It can always be done. But it's interesting how people's, how people understand how games work and how they actually are, how much that differs. Because we've got a game at the minute, in early access, it's coming out fairly soon, And we've been accused of being an asset flip. And it's interesting because asset flips were kind of defined as more or less downloading an asset pack and then publishing the demo file out to Steam. So there's a hell of a lot of Unity Store assets in this game. I'll just quickly, I think half of you haven't got a clue what this is. But we did a little bit of maths. If we were to have written this game from scratch, you see we've got these lovely, lovely little, cutesy-toony houses in all sorts of areas. If we were to have written this game from scratch, we estimated 5 to 8 years of art time, costing like £1.8 million. So when someone goes, but it's an asset flip, and it's like, but I haven't got a choice. It's either an asset flip or it looks like it was done in MS Paint. Those are your two choices. You pick one, we'll go with that one. But I like this one. I mean, what you're seeing on screen now, I'm trying to think, apart from the UI, all of that's off the asset store, but that's like 10 different packs all put together. How to phrase that? He doesn't seem to understand that when Rust shipped, it was shit. Rust was unbelievably shit when it shipped, when it released into early access, and that was with all his Gary's mod money. So that was 20 people released a shit-looking, shit-playing, awful sandbox that over what's Rust been out 8 years has got very good. We didn't seem to be able to get through to that guy that he can't have that level of quality unless he's prepared to drop several million quid so I can go and hire a team. And in that case, brilliant, I'll see you in 2 years with a prototype. Yeah, I mean, it's the old adage. People want to do a Warcraft beta. But if you're going to do a Warcraft beta, you can't do a game that is better than Warcraft as it was when it came out. You need to do a game that's better than Warcraft now, and that's when you're playing this constant catch-up system where it's almost impossible to compete because Warcraft's got whatever it is, 15-year head start. So yeah, we started a prototype. It looks really good, and we gave him timescales, we gave him estimates. But he would just say, "Oh, I want to have fishing," and I'm like, "Okay, fine, fishing. I could put together a fishing system in, 2 weeks. It's going to be shit, but fishing games is always shit." And then I said, "But you've also got, on top of that, you've probably got another 3 weeks for someone to tag all the fishing holes on the massive map, and that's fine. You can have that 5 weeks of work, no problem. But those 5 weeks of work mean that you don't get." Crafting, or you don't get coloured houses or something. You can't have both. You always need to pick something. But with this one, I said we've been accused of just being an asset flip, but this game is now coming up to 10 months of work, and it's good. And we just got loot, and oh god, the moment we've got loot, I'm just going, oh man. 95% gnome speed. But I lose my gnome damage. Like, seriously, the moment you get procedural loot, I'm just here, like, crunching the numbers, even though I can just edit the data files. And there's another one here. Cheeky Brian. 2% gnome speed. That one's terrible. Yeah, well, the thing is, Chris, like I said, right now, if you ignore the UI, nothing in this is done. Okay, and Arthur, but all the gnomes, we got those as an asset pack. The gnomes look great, but Todd redid the gnome skins. That was done by us. But it doesn't matter. Like, when you're talking about, like, the vast majority of this game, there's a knight, there's a wizard, there are fences, there are rocks, there are trees. I could certainly pay to get these done, but what's the point? What does it gain us? Like, paying a guy $50,000 over a year to render us loads of trees and rocks that have never been seen in another game. Yeah, this is on the Steam store, yes. So the early access. It's quite good. Its main thing, it's 4-player. This is Destined for Switch, destined for console, it's 4-player. And that's it. When someone would say to me, it's a Gauntlet / Pikmin clone that's 4-player, split screen, with specific support for Steam Remote Play Anywhere, and works on a pad, I'd be like, just dude, I'm totally up for this game. You know, that to me is exactly what I want in a game. Have I really not done this level yet? How fair of me. But yeah, like I say, it's surprising how uneducated people are about how much work something is. And as you all know, I've been writing games for 35 plus years here. So I'm good at what I do. I'm fast at what I do. And even then, I'm as quick as I could possibly be, and even then it's slow to do stuff, but people seem to think I can just do something quickly. You know, you can just add in a fluid simulator quickly, or you could just add in clouds from an asset pack, and genuinely so many of the asset packs I've bought, they require so much work because they're not really designed to be put together in a way except the way that the asset store creator put them onto. So yeah, it's been interesting. I like educating people on games and how long they take, and how I did use the J word, I'm sorry. No one could, my point is you can't just do it. But that's why I do these streams. Even sometimes I do like big streams of big, important, cool things that are coming up. And look, I've other ones. It's just I like to kind of invite you guys into my day at home, 3D printing some crap, playing with a kitten, making dinner, playing with a character that's the wrong level for this by far. But it's just this lets you guys realise how much work this stuff is. I mean, if nothing else, I mean, I've got two and a half map designers on this game. I mean, Brian, I think you're still in chat. I mean, feel free to hazard a guess how many hours this asset flip has taken you. I mean, Brian's done about 15 of the maps. He's been working on improving them, and you know, it's tons and tons and tons of work. What I do like about this game, and something that's probably not very clear unless you've played it a bit, is there's a lot of maths. There's the loot is really complicated. It's all infinite leveling. So there's no limit to how much you could level. You can level forever and ever and ever. Chris, my Skype is open. And unless you want to do a voice chat, in which case I will happily accommodate you in my ear, as it were. But I mean, roughly, Brian, what do you reckon? 50 hours, 100 hours? I mean, you tell me. Remember, this is just an asset flip. We've just downloaded these levels, you know, or something. Oh yeah, Aaron, when people actually try this themselves, that's when they realise how complicated and difficult it actually is. It's when people have never done it themselves and they have absolutely no clue whatsoever about how difficult it is or how much work it is or any of that, and yet they still offer an opinion. You know, it's just a bunch of assets jammed together. Like, you know, it's kind of true. It is just a bunch of assets jammed together, lovingly, hand-picked and carefully over 10 months of very, very hard work. So it's true. And you know, and it's just a cash grab. What that means is I don't like the game. All games are cash grabs. Every single game released since the beginning of time for money was a cash grab. Also, every film, every single, every album. That's the way it is. But if your playtime's 183 hours, I mean, do you tend to sit in the game whilst you're working on the maps and then just tab back? But yeah, well, we'll say 200 hours. That seems like a things. But this is just a cash grab. Is stuff I've been seeing a lot. This game is blatantly here just to make money. Like, You know, I don't know what game you like. I don't know why you think Nintendo wrote Mario, but it was to make money. And something I find myself explaining to people a lot. If you're Blizzard or EA or Electronic Arts, you only have one task, one goal, that is to create value for shareholders. Your task is not to write good games. If you can write shit games cheaply and make money, that's what you'll do. If you can make good games cheaply and make money, and you make more money, that's what you'll do. That's all these companies do. For every public company in the entire world is only there to make value for shareholders. If you don't make value for shareholders, you will get removed as the director of the company. That is the literal definition. So don't think any game you've played, as I said, like, take CD Projekt Red. I'm sure they love their game. I'm sure they do. They are only there to make money. They do not turn up to work for fun. They get paid to turn up to work. That's why you have to do the shit stuff, like I'm doing in a minute. That's what I'm doing in a minute. I'm doing the stuff. Let's close that. That's my asset flip. Look at all that. Look at it all. Look. Just see the amount of stuff in there. It's crazy. There's hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of things. And then the map, what did the map? The map took us several weeks. All the trigger boxes, and we still haven't quite finished, but all the trigger boxes, all the setup, it's just... But, because I'm a professional, I also do the stuff that's not fun. This bit's not fun. Not in the slightest. I can't work out how you do this, by the way. L arrow end equal. How do I do this? We're drawing an arrow between A and B. Drawing an arrow like that. And let's do it less like that. I need the right vector. What's that? It's oh, hold on. There's a trick here. The X becomes the hold on. It's the right. I'm hoping someone's just going to tell me. But it's the X becomes the... is that. And the X becomes the Y. You invert one. And that's a Z anyway. I can't. I've got it in 2 steps. Otherwise, it will. That's that. L right dots. Yeah. See, wizardy man. Where are you? You need to be in every stream from now on. You're totally right. Yeah. I know. I said there's a trick to reflecting in 2D, and I always forget that. Pretty much, it's a 2D game. But yeah, I think you do a bit this on your streams, Chris, because obviously I've seen you talk a lot about the mechanics of DayZ and, you know, how they haven't done this and they have done this and bullet drop and random chance. And it's really good seeing people having to understand how much work goes on behind the scenes. Films do an amazing job of showing you how much work goes on behind the scenes. You know, special features, DVD extras, in Star Wars, the amount of behind the scenes footage is just incredible because they want to really, really make sure you are acutely aware of how much effort and money this takes. And I don't think games do a good enough job of telling people how much effort goes into games. Destroy All Humans had a fantastic extra feature because initially Destroy All Humans was a GTA clone. And it had a big open free-form world. And they kind of said, after 6 or 7 months, we realised we couldn't populate the whole world enough to ship the game. We had to cut back and we had to turn it into a map-based game so we could densely populate everything, because obviously it's an Xbox, only 64 megs of RAM. And it's great to see that sort of thing. But too many games these days, the most you get from the behind the scenes is EA announcing a beta of whatever, and it's just pretty much just a demo that they've labelled a beta. Right, so now go new vector 3, LVTT, come 0, come LVTT directs. Okay, so we've got our vector to the target. So the arrow end is it's the end vector minus the vector to the target plus the right divided by 2. And it helps I put the brackets in the right place. And that's just minus. And then hopefully it is then just debug, debug.draw line. Oh, never mind. I could have put it the other way around, but this will fine. L start, comma, L arrow in right. Color. We'll come back to that one. And what I'll do, instead of drawing this one, I will do draw arrow. Draw arrow from the entry point to the exit point in colour I haven't used. Damn it, I've used all the colours. Yellow? Yellow. I've had some people not complain, but say to me that they struggle with certain colours because they haven't got colour blindness of some sort. I've also explained to people, you run out colours very quickly. You go, there must be a million colours, and then after a while you go, yeah, but that's just too close to that colour. That's just too close to that colour. You get a lot of yellow. It's fine. Red's fine. Orange, yeah. I find this a lot with trying to come up with. So in FortressCraft we have 7 minerals, and just coming up with 7 different colours that are obviously different is surprisingly hard, because sometimes things are bright, sometimes things are dark. And you end up with a situation where it's very, very hard to tell across, light, slightly grey and dark blue in a lightly lit room. More importantly, I didn't see any yellow there at all. It's all over here at the start. Nope. Yeah, well, in FortressCraft's case, what I did in the end was and you'd be amazed how many people haven't noticed this. In fact, I'm going to tell you, and probably half a dozen people in the chat will go, oh shit, really? Tier 2 ores have a different pattern to Tier 1 ores. Tier 2 ores are a hexagon. Tier 1 are a square? Might be the other way around. So I did put that visual language in, but just no one noticed. I'm just going to do that and just not do the rest. Well, one of the issues that I do find is I end up trying to write very complicated... Where's the yellow? I end up trying to write very complicated games. And people somehow expect me to write a very complicated game. I didn't convert that from 2D to 3D. I'll stop getting distracted now. I write very complicated games, he says once more. And yet people want a super simple UI around a very complicated game, which doesn't normally happen. It really, really doesn't normally happen. As a rule of thumb, complicated games have complicated UI, or you end up with a game like Satisfactory, which is a simple game with a simple UI. Or you end up with Astroneer, which is a complicated game with a simple UI, and it's a fucking nightmare to get the information out of it. Hooray! I'll be honest, I'm not really sure what direction that is, but that's okay. That should be more sticky outy and less longy. These are actual trigonometry terms, I'll have you know. Wait, I changed it and it's the same. How can it be the same? Is the end minus... I'm also confident going, I'll divide this down and it didn't. What the? Shut you, cat. Actually, I think I might just be able to get away with that anyway. Bouncing monsters, you say? I'm confused, and I know this happens almost never. In fact, it's never happened ever. But what the? Let me just get rid of all this sort of crap that I've got typed in. This should give us a 90-degree arrow. It should be a T shape. That's what I'm expecting. If it's not, then I'm gonna just give up and become a hermit. Right, well guys, it's been fun writing computer games for my life, but I'm going to give up and become a hermit. What on earth? So we draw a line between 2 points. Let's get painted. We draw a line between 2 points. We then take that vector and we invert the z, assign it to the x, assign the x to the z. So we should end up with that. Is LVTT, as L right, and then we add L right, and then we subtract L right. So how the bloody hell have we got that shape? I mean, it's cool, it's a pretty good arrow, but it's wrong. And then we draw a line between... Well, at least if I'm a hermit, I can't get the coronavirus, so result there. No, it's not dark in here. Even if I was drawing the points to the wrong end of the arrow, it still should be a T shape. I drew the 2 new points along it. I'm drawing it. You are correct, I am, but that still shouldn't. Oh yeah. Hey man, Wizardry. I don't think I've seen you before. Can you write all my code for me, please? Thanks. Yeah. Right. I'm giving up programming. Hermit's now in charge. I am not printing the opening to a fleshlight. Oh god, PLA. Oh, that chafe. That would chafe. I'm trying. Your name seems very familiar, and I can't quite place. It's fine. Don't divide it by 4. See, again, maybe I shouldn't be writing it professionally when I can't even properly draw an arrow. There we go. That will do. That's... In fact, I can tell if it's correct by driving the train. Like, yeah, that's perfect. If I were to spawn the train here, I won't be able to know where that is, then it should follow that pattern. So, yeah, that's cool. That's good. That's a handy debug facility. Good job, sir. In fact, if I turn on this, so we generate the random track off into the blue yonder. Well, so there is a term in the industry for one person writing code and somebody else watching, and it's called hilariously. It's called extreme programming, which we would really take the piss out of a lot. It doesn't understand like the edges of stuff, but yeah, that seems the debug is 100% there. So that means when my track looks at this track, that's cool. It's time is getting on, so I'm going to have to probably put a lot of this to bed till next week. I will be implementing the splat map rendering. I will be finishing off the GPU rendering. I will probably find some time in the week to do this. So what day? It's Tuesday. No, Wednesday. I have got garage day, so I will be away on Wednesday from Brighton Computer Coast. I'm really happy with these trains, by the way. I'm really and I'm happy with the performance. It's all written on a thread. So the trains are taking 2,000. No, they're not taking 2 milliseconds. If I press this button there, let's have 60 trains. Let's have 100 trains. 100 trains is taking 9 milliseconds. No, I've just got to get the bike. We have something called an MOT in the UK. So I've got to get it. I've got to get it certified roadworthy for the next year. But my day will be shot at that point, so I doubt I'll be back working on it. No, because I've got to get there, wait for them to do it, and then come back. But like, if I get there at 10 and they take till 3, my day's gone. Okay, so back to the important bit, which is load up the right project. So currently, straights do English. Straights do. Oh man, I kind of just want an enormous world with millions of trains on it, and there's no game. You just watch millions of trains go around and do stuff. Is that enough for a game? Do you actually have to have gameplay? Can you not just have? I can just call the game. It's just trains. Oh man, so. The assets I'm using, so nothing's been generated for this game. This is all not off the shelf assets. Assets I've had. This train was done for an Xbox game I wrote before FortressCraft. This train model is about 12 years old. It's just what I happen to have lying around to use for this. Yeah, but it doesn't mean that I'm going to turn up at 10:30 and they will then have it on the ramp at 10:31. It's not how it works. I wish it was. Okay. I'm just going to guess. So we have. So we're doing dot products. I want the dot product in that direction. Damn it. I'm fairly sure I can ascertain from this if it's a left or a right turn. But we're just going to guess. If their lambda is less than 0 and behavior equals left, otherwise equals right. As I said earlier, usually, and wizardry has obviously just made me look stupid by being so much more brilliant than I am, usually I can just iterate through the very small pool of options that are there quicker than I could work out what I should actually be typing. In this case, it's either going to be greater than 0, less than 0, or I have very fundamentally got it wrong. Ah, now that one works. And that one does, and the other two don't. I like trains. That correctly works out if we're a left or a right. Now we need to work out... Now we have our entry there. I'll tell you what I'll do. Because we can draw arrows now. Is we will also, at the exit point, which is there, is we will do what's it called? Exit back. So fundamentally, the trains are simulated in 2D for speed. So that means I have to keep switching backwards and forwards between switching around the Zs. So I have to swizzle them between the two. Exit, please, I'll exit. So hopefully now I should draw a little cyan arrow. It won't be that small, but a little cyan arrow showing the exit direction. So this is a pointy thing. Yeah, but Cabanero the Iron Fortress is... It does keep going through my mind. That seems to be correct. So there's the exit direction. So from this tile, we exit here. And this tile's entry, which I'll do in a second, will go there. That should hopefully let me start to work out a bit more. I'll probably put the... Oh, wow, the print finished already. Brilliant. Time flies when you're just making things not work. I'll wait for it to cool off, pop it off the bed, and then we'll have a look at it. Right, so the box helps. So that shows that that's obviously the exit vector from... Unfortunately, it's hard to say which one belongs to which. It's clear enough when it goes wrong, though. And I should be able to quite trivially do the entry point as well. What I'm doing here is I am testing my assumptions. I think this is fine. I don't think I have to do anything at all. I think this is a complete waste of time. However, if it's not, then what happens is I've just worked out what the issue is. I also notice I don't seem to have an entry vec. Do now. I haven't needed it. The entry vector was inherently always the previous tile's exit vector, which is fine. I don't need to even do any clever maths there. All I can say is, hello train, did you come via the exit tile or the entry tile? But what I should actually do is point. So this will point in a entry point. I should probably point from entry point minus entry vec. Let's just hit play and see if I want to fiddle with it. I apologise that my brain runs faster than my mouth. I should probably render it too. Out entry L entry plus L entry dir. And I forgot to change the color. It doesn't help that when I was saying there aren't enough colors, some colors you have to kind of not use. So for example, you don't really want to use red. Red means something bad has happened. Now, is it just me, or is that vector half of this one? Does that matter? Probably not. All I'm doing really is I need to match up the vectors to the graphics. I'm just trying to work out the rules and the error behind the rules and the errors behind it. I'm also turning off that. I think it's just because one of them is calculated down there. I think it should probably just be that divided by 2. Oh yes, because the exit vector is the vector from the center to the exit of the tile, whereas the entry vector is just a normalized vector. That's why. That's better. So that's how we enter. That's how we leave. I think I'm just going to move that to the center anyway because it's slightly awkward to visualize. I'm not sure why I'm subtracting half from that. Slightly concerned I am. I can't remember. Is the half? Are we? I can't remember. We'll find out. It'll be quite obvious if it's wrong. Yes, it's wrong. I'm almost tempted to shove those. Actually, let me move the arrows up. Just a little bit. There, they're above the thing now. Okay, let's see if that's if that. I'll be doing another Mario medallion, and that's gonna be the one I'm gonna try doing glittery resin in. Not bad. That comes the fun bit. Because this is not a well-designed print, Ta-da. I will probably do a higher quality print though. This was a quick one, but it will do as backup. Right. So I'm going to do another Mario Kart medallion, but this one is the one that I'm going to put glitter in. Brian, cheers. I've already chatted with the lady that does my resin, and she's like, oh, we've got glitter. I will, in this case, I'll also tick ironing because ironing gives a very nice finish. Let's do it concentrically. Let's talk about innovations and stuff. I'm glad I got into 3D printing when I did. So ironing, it's simply, after printing the top layer of the model, it then prints the top layer of the model again, but it more or less just rubs the hot end over the top layer, so it just smooths it off. And this was only invented about a year ago. And it's bonkers to think that we've had 3D printing around for 30 years. It's been in public domain for 10 years. And someone goes, well, I can just colour it in, more or less, and I'm done. All right. Oh, I have I have one kitten sitting here taking up my chair, and the other cat standing on the floor and just staring at me like, why am I not being loved? So that's how it should look. There's our entry vector, there's our exit vector, and that is entry to exit. What I will do though, PacketStorm? Oh, I can Google it and then I'll look smart. Oh, yes. No, I've no idea. You mean the Green River Hams Fork coal region? Round 2? No, I've no idea. I know hunt and peck, but I don't think that's what you were talking about. Well, okay, so if we're right, I will make it red. And if we're left, I can't think of any colours. Green for lime. 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 Kind of a greeny, little hint of blue, dash of red. Right, so if it's, and I'll also change the other one because I've got 2 sets of red in there. Unity, it's surprising. Unity only supplies a very few number of colours, and it's a shame because what game was that? What system? Povray came with hundreds, thousands of colours. Yeah, hunter's green and deep lilac and things. So you could always pick a unique colour. It may not have been unique enough, but it was there. Now my choice is I've already used red. Okay, so I notice all of those are red arrows, so all of those are turn right. So that means this code's not working at all. I still use Povray off and on. So I've been a member of the real-time ray tracing scene for many years, and RTX kind of interests me, but shaders have overtaken it. So before RTX, I would sum up the real-time ray tracing scene as it's really amazing. You can do what looks like shit shaders at 5 frames a second. Shaders have just got so good, there's no point. And I've still yet to see a compelling argument for RTX that cannot be trivially done in shaders. Like, you might as well just use a shader. But see, you're amusingly wrong on that. RTX exists because Nvidia developed a lot of Bitcoin mining tech, which is effectively massively parallelism, like massive parallelism, even more than video cards normally do. And then with the Bitcoin, and then if you remember that year, Nvidia said we aren't releasing a video card this year, and then their shares tanked. So, and then they released a video card like 4 months later. It was unbelievable. So what happened is that they repurposed their Bitcoin mining chunk of the GPU for RTX, which does work fine. And now, of course, you've got the Supers, is it? Which is the one without RTX. So it doesn't exist to do ray tracing. It exists because they already had it. But my problem is, I don't know if you remember Borderlands 2, it had a physics path. And it was amazing. Like fluid would goop out when you did an explosion. Tens of thousands of chunks would go over it. It was absolutely brilliant. But because it only worked on Nvidia cards, and because not everyone had it, you couldn't put any gameplay critical features behind it. It was just fluff. And that was its biggest problem. And that's the problem with RTX, is unless you're prepared to make a game that will only run on RTX cards, you know, it's about firing lasers through smoke or something. There's no point in writing the game. Which is saying, I could think of some cool things you could do. You could do a very nice, like Portal. You could do a lovely like indie stylized game that just genuinely looks really good and has these glorious looking shiny labs, and you're firing lasers and things. But outside of designing a game around RTX that you don't mind having almost no market to sell it to, ain't gonna happen in a long time. Xbox, whatever it's called, Series X has got RTX on board. So, sure, but entry vec and exit vec are diametrically opposed. Amazon. So I don't know if you guys use the Amazon app. I do, and occasionally it texts me about flash deals and things. And it's like, hey Adam, why don't you buy some stove paint? Yeah, how about I don't? But do you know what I mean about with you need a compelling gameplay reason to implement RTX, and there simply isn't one. All you're left with, so Astroneer had excellent screen space reflection stuff, and so you could do even better. But it's just shiny things are a little bit better. The other one that is interesting is penumbral shadows. So if you have an object close to another object, it has a sharp shadow. And if you have an object further away from that object, you have a softer shadow. Yay. Looks very nice. Again, I've watched a number of... I'll grab one. Yeah, RTX on. You've got one of these situations where you've got this video. I'll do a side by side. I don't know if that's RTX. I can't read that, but is it RTX on or RTX off? I've no idea. Like here. Whoa, guys! My God, look! As far as I can tell from this pair of pictures, RTX is the bad thing because it halved the frame rate. And I'm here. I'm running at 1080 60. Yeah, exactly. Which one is RTX? There's nothing in this that makes it. So now this is on here. This has got screen space reflections. So this means it can't reflect the thing that's off the screen. This looks mildly good, but it's pure fluffy wank. I mean, right. So you could do shiny bits. As you can say, yeah, it's like you go, there's the RTX. It's not. It just isn't very interesting, really. It isn't ever going to make the game better. And even in this case, you've got, again, so RTX off, all the ground is reflecting because they're using screen space shadows. And here it is with it on, guys. Holy shit, look at the difference there. Just in case you missed it. So you've got slightly shiny going to slightly differently shiny. Ooh, great, brilliant. No one cares about slightly better shiny floors. And this is coming from a man who loves shiny things in games. So they're showing an effect here where you can see her reflecting in the glass. I'll be impressed, but they did that in Dead Rising 3. So, with shaders. The dot product of turns should be... No, they're not... Hold on. No, they should always be... Yeah, I'm doing the wrong vector. I want vector to L. Vector to target is it's M center plus L exit vec minus L exit vec. Is that right? No, hold on, that can't be right. That's just M center. What I want is so here's our center. Here's our entry vec. Here's our exit vec. I need to dot. This is set. I'm not joking. I open up this website about 30 times a week. No, it's not that bad. I've got it mostly in my head these days. A dot B is 0. So I need to dot the... I need to dot the right of one of these vectors. I need to work out the the divergence. For that I need... Yeah, that I need the right vector. Because that will give me... That could be 1 or -1. Hey, we calculated this down here. In the arrow code. So our entry vec will do us for our VTT. I just call it VTC, back to the center. I think, say, wizardry has sussed me out. I'm not good at programming. I'm just fast at typing. Yeah, or just that. That's the entry vector rotated by 90 degrees, effectively, and then I just dot entry vector to center with exit back, or vector to center 90 degrees, vector to vector day. So it's either going to be 1 or -1. I hope. That looks perfect. Now the train isn't capable of navigating stuff against the forward flow, but that looks spot on. Now in theory, I should be able to put that there, put that there, look at the valid ones. I should be able to do a track that works now, because that works. And then, oh, that's all I can do. I can't actually do a loop, because that one goes down and right, but not up and left. That one goes down and left. Oh, damn. Oh well, that'll have to wait. So now I need the code to be able to traverse a train segment, a tile segment in reverse. So part of the goal is a lot of trains. That's important. A lot of trains is the goal. So, for example, I'm not using Bezier splines. I'm simply not. I'm not doing anything complicated. So right now, travel through a English. Travel through a tile segment is simple. It is very, very, very simple. And if I'm traveling backwards, that should just be as simple as 1 over offset. Are we coming, or should I just do it from here? So all I need to do is store the previous tile. Oh, in fact, it might just be this code. Hold on. If I can... Yeah, so we've got a concept of a next tile. So next tile, in fact, let's comment. I don't think I'm storing these yet, so maybe I am. Next tile connects to exit. Prev tile connects to entry. I'm just trying to think of a... So I need to invert that. And what I need to do there is if current tile dot previous tile is our previous tile, that's fine. I am aware this code does nothing. Else. This is what I've said before about what explicit coding. What I've done here, I'll do 0 plus because the compiler will get lines up then. What I've said was I have definitely considered the other case and do nothing. Only it's not quite like that. So if so, well, actually, that's fine. There we go. Oh, Chris, you can't tease me like this. You can't go, I've got an idea, and I'm like, oh, what is it? And not tell me. Please do, Chris. Please do. Honestly, it's genuinely awesome at the arcade. I try to say this to people. I know I do a lot of work at the arcade, so I am biased. But it is not just the arcade of your childhood. This is the arcade you dreamed of as a child. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 motion cabs. 16. No. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 20, 22 sit-down cabs. It's insane. When I was a child, I would have been blown away if an arcade had 2 motion cabs, and you just go and going, I don't know which one to play on first. And that's an easy answer. The answer to that question is Space Harrier. That should work. What won't work is we need to work out if we're coming or going. Now this will easily work unless our first tile is null. That won't happen because we'll launch from a depot. Ah, that's tricky. And for those of you who don't follow me on Twitter, by the way, I was chatting with one of the guys at the arcade, and with my help, and I'd like to think that it was pretty much all me, it's mostly him, we cracked the copper protection on Space Harrier. It's now finally cracked because I could give him enough information about what was going wrong and chatted with him back and forwards about it. And we finally cracked the copper protection on Space Harrier, which is just, that's amazing. I want to put that in my CV. Help crack the copper protection to Space Harrier. I mean, it's kind of thing that games companies don't look fondly on, but yeah. This is quite simple. Basically, what I want to say is if current tile dot previous is our previous, then our new tile is their next tile. Otherwise, we went for it backwards, which means that it is our previous tile. And previous equals current. That's annoying. I can't assign that before then. That should do it. Well, let's see. Holy shit. Oh. 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 Holy shit. Now, code that works first time, that's never a good sign. Code has to break a few times. But what I'll do then is if I'll go now, force it to spiral around in the other direction. Oh, my heart. Is it going to go wrong? Yes. Oh, wait a minute. All right, no, that is actually my fault. That was good timing. I'm running out of time for the day, and right. Fingers crossed, please, ladies and gentlemen. So we are actually travelling across the track backwards, 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 forwards. Holy shit, that was easy. Well, let's not tempt fate. I like trains. Now, I can go crazy. I should have put some houses in. But yeah, this is probably a fairly good place to think about winding down anyway. I'd like to actually carry on working on this as a game, but I'm not currently planning on shipping it as a game. This is a good test bed for a lot of the GPU stuff. So FortressCraft presents a number of extremely interesting rendering challenges. I like a challenge, but that means that most sort of normal test beds, what I would use, aren't really suitable because they're just not shifting enough data. You need to shift a lot of data. Subcity was interesting and it did definitely did its purpose. I'd like to ship that as a full game, but it doesn't have enough stuff in it to warrant the GPU rendering tech that I'm planning on here. This is why I like Mappy, because oh my god, once it's all hooked up, you can belt through. But I like the idea of these being in FortressCraft a lot. I do. Really, 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 really do. And I did used to have a little train game that I never shipped that I probably should do. The other thing is, to a great degree, you can parse the tracker as quickly as you like. It doesn't care. And that's something that FortressCraft, it did, but it didn't do it as well as it should have. As you can see there, I can parse the tracker at extremely high speed. Even more so if I where's the rendering? Let's just draw that one. Let's just not. I don't need them now anyway. Drawing those arrows. It takes me more time to draw the arrows for the debug on the track than any of the rest of it. The speed of the train is directly affected by the frame rate. So you can see how quickly I can parse the track data without any issues at all. That's 5 meters per second. Let's do it at 50, just for no particular reason. The difficult part is that, which I've already solved, is the train can actually move as quickly as it likes, and the rest of the data is interpolated. Did I cap it out? Yes. I don't know what transrapid. Yeah, as I said, this is just a graphic I happen to have lying around previous games. There you go. Let's just remove that cap. Let's just see how quickly I can. Yeah. So eventually, it does break. Probably, which I'm not sure why it does, but it's breaking. It always comes back, which is good. I wonder what that is. Is it always breaking at the same point? No, it's just starting to. I think what's happening there is it's interpolating so far it's missing the corner. I'm trying to work out what it's doing. Oh yeah, I don't sub-interpolate if I'm stepping more than one tile per frame. I don't sub-interpolate. Yeah, what it should do then is detect the train is travelling that far, move it half as much, twice as often, and 4 times it. But as you can see, the train can get up to. I mean that's faster than anything in Transport Tycoon ever gets to. So that's perfectly fine. And even though I was just travelling very quickly, let's go back where I was travelling at super speeds. It's now having to interpolate missing data. And you can see it's not perfect, but unless I pointed that out to you, you'd never have seen. So this is a high detail corner with plenty of interpolation points. Wait, does this mean now if I press that button? Should have done this before. Can I parse the track in 2 directions at once? I think the answer is yes, I can. What I haven't tried is a negative speed. Let's try a negative speed. I don't know if this will work. This could do anything. Trains can't go back. Well, I guess trains can go backwards, but no, it doesn't like that at all. Cool, I can make my train do a 3-point turn. That's kind of mesmerising. Let me just for a brief second. All the trains are 200 carriages long because I was young and foolish and experimenting. Let me just reduce that and splat some more trains out. Oh, I was like, why is it not doing anything? But because I missed the play button. Now I have no concept of points, so a piece of track can have at most 4 points. So all it needs to do is resolve. If you say I am a crossroads, then it checks the input direction and then just assumes the output direction. A point's the same thing. A point has 2 inputs and 1 output. So if you've got a train like that and another point there like that, it has, in this direction has 2 inputs and 1 output, and this direction has 1 input and 1 output. To be fair, Transport Tycoon, it never had any real concept of points. They were just kind of directional things. I think Rob is still curious to help out. As I said before, if I could get more people to work, if I could work with more people, it'd be great. Because if I went away and I got latest on this in like 3 weeks' time, and Rob had implemented points and crossroads and signals, I'd be like, holy shit, I'm going to implement or whatever. I'd probably give it a name other but unfortunately, it's just me, and that is often a big limiting factor, because it means I have to do everything: the fun bits, the non-fun bits, the difficult bits, the easy bits, the time-consuming bits. I can't just say, "Hey Rob, can you take care of serializing the blah 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 to disk?" And he'd be like, "Yeah, sure. I won't be able to get it for a week or so, but I'll do that." And then I come back in a couple of weeks and he's done that bit and I can get on with something else. So it's a shame that I am still so much a one-man band. Despite having tried to work with many people, I think it might be my personality. If I try and run that, I'm hoping to get an error, because actually I don't think that will work. I don't think that will error for me yet. It'll probably just go, that's a perfectly fine join. I'm hoping it errors. Oh, it didn't. So what are you going to do? Oh, that's... I think that was just luck. a train going the other way along there. Choo choo. Graphics aren't too well. Unfortunately, with this particular project, I've got a very clear idea of how it should look. It wouldn't be off-the-shelf stuff. Train does not give a fuck. I should probably point out, I do have support for multiple train lines. I think, I haven't tried it, but I think this should just work. I just don't have any concept of points. But yeah, I would really, really love to do this in a Warhammer sort of style. Like visually, that sort of chunky look. Which I'm sure if anyone here works the games workshop, they're going, chunky. But that's always how I sort of thought of it. I'm having a drink. Okay. There you go. Got trains on 2 different lines. But pretty much, I think I'm pretty much done. I think I should probably get myself some food. Oh, right. I am going to go and... Excuse me. Oh, couldn't get to my mute button in time. I tried not to sneeze all over my cat. I am going to go and make some food. So thank you for watching, guys. This has been productive. We have... Again, it's hard to sort of show you some of what goes on. Just, you know, you just guys to see the results. But this rendering system is now really, really good. I haven't profiled it, and I have yet to push the carriages across to being rendered objects. There are questions, because the carriages become pre-rendered objects, but what about the wheels? Do the wheels have to turn? Can you tell if the wheels are turning? Can't tell. Now I can tell if the wheels are turning. Yeah. Sorry, Henry, I didn't mean to trigger you. So there's questions about what I would need to do. It's not very hard to render spinning wheels, really, but it's a bit more work. But it'll be a lot faster. If I were... My next goal, if it were a commercial project, would not be messing around with an improved rendering engine. It would be points. It would be points, first of all, then a system that would say, route this train from A to B without turning around. After points would come signals and stations. Most likely I will do a stream on this again next Monday. FortressCraft will be Friday, so FortressCraft and Dora Recovery Day will be Friday. Poor Dora, she's no idea. Monday, I will come back to this, and the goal will be essentially the landscape. I have got an idea about how to generate the compute shader stuff. So initially it will be an atlas system, and then it will be a dynamic atlas system. I don't know, Zebra. That's a good question. But for now, I'm going to go and make myself some dinner. So thank you all for watching. I apologise for streaming this to Facebook. I might do it again. Who knows? But I will see you guys all on Friday, I hope, for the FortressCraft Phoenix and Dora recovery stream. Thanks for watching, guys. See you soon.